Good afternoon. We'll go ahead and call the Cumberland County Board of Commissioners regular agenda session for January 15th at 1 p.m. to order. Just a quick admin note, Commissioners, if you are not logged into your board portal at this time, I need you to go ahead. If you log into your Civic Plus and then you join the meeting, there'll be a little button that says join meeting. Make sure you click present voting and then save. Present voting. No.
Oh, oops. I'll go back.
So make sure everybody's present, voted, and then save. So we are working through a new process by which we are voting online so that our votes will be cast up on the screen as we talked about last year. I want to thank the clerk and IT for working to get us to this point. This is a trial today, everyone, so we'll fumble through it. We'll still, if we need to, take a voice vote, or I'll ask the clerk to, much like you see at other meetings, she may say, Commissioner Tyson, and you can just cast your vote verbally, and she can do it. When I ask for your vote, I'll ask the clerk to open up the vote and give you guys 30 seconds to vote, and then she'll close it out and she'll report the votes, and if she needs anybody to cast their vote, we'll do it verbally. Madam Clerk, is there anything I did not cover?
No, you covered it up.
Any questions, Commissioners, before we move forward?
We're waiting on Vice Chairwoman to join. It says present but not voting.
Okay. Leave me.
It's safe.
Leave.
Come in.
Yes.
That's what I did.
Leave.
I put yes, but it went
Join
back
the
in. I hit the wrong one. See, it won't.
Yeah, there's no
Okay,
present
now
voting.
the present voting, got
No,
it. Save. Hit the wrong.
There we are.
Alright.
Thank you.
All right.
Hit the wrong button, thanks.
All right. At this time, we'll go ahead and ask Commissioner Adams to bring us the invocation and pledge.
You can bow our heads, please. Dear Heavenly Father, we come today just saying thank you. Thank you for this wonderful day that you've given us. Father, we'd ask that you protect our citizens as they move around as this winter weather comes in. Father, we ask that at this meeting that you touch everyone, that we do everything decent and in order, and that we remember we do this for the citizens of Cumberland County as we ask them to vote for us to be able to do this. So we ask that we take that into consideration when we cast our votes. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Before we move to the presentations, just one other note. So as we move forward with this new voting, you'll be able to, the staff is still working through, we'll be able to see it on the screen in front of us as well. And then also, as we move down into our board meeting room, you'll be able to see it on one of the screens there as well. So again, just trying to advance the way we do it and a little bit of continued transparency as well. At this time, we'll go ahead and move forward to the presentation portion of the meeting. County Manager, number A, or letter A, Parks and Recreation Agreement Update. County Manager Greer.
Yes, I will turn this over to Faith Phillips, Assistant County Manager.
Thank you, County Manager Greer. Good afternoon, Chairman. Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Good afternoon.
Oh, there we go. So this afternoon, I am here to provide you a brief status update to the Parks and Recreation Agreement that was presented at the agenda session in November of 2025. I do want to take a moment and thank our Parks and Recreation Director, Michael Gibson, for being here with us today for these presentations. So since the agenda session, City and County Management and Parks and Recreation leadership staff have held several meetings to discuss concerns and points brought forward by the board in the November meeting. Staff held meetings on December 8th, December 18th, as well as January 9th of 2026. Additionally, there have been emails, phone conversations, and their engagement between the attorneys for both the city and the county on these points. The goal of staff conversations has been to develop consensus around a framework of items brought forward by the board during the agenda session. Our goal is to ensure the agreement aligns with modern standards and current operations, clearly defining structure for oversight, finances, asset inventory, management, and capital improvement to enhance transparency and service to community while maintaining efficiency in governmental operations. Again, these discussions have been at the staff level to reach consensus around procedures and broad topics and have not been discussed or finalized at the manager, legal, or governing body levels. Briefly, staff have discussed governance topics brought up by the board with the concept of a county district oversight committee comprised of stakeholders from each district and municipality. This idea of this district oversight committee would have decision-making authority over services and finances for the district. A majority of the discussions between staff have centered around finances. Consensus discussion has been held regarding the importance of establishing financial policies and procedures that address concerns regarding transparency and how we can work collaboratively to ensure that information is shared in a manner that promotes understanding and back and forth dialogue. We have discussed templates for reporting and ensuring that we are using shared language and shared terminology around our finances. Staff have discussed district fund balance remaining on the county books and mechanisms for achieving this transition. In our internal to the county discussions, ACM Shaw and Finance Director Kuntz are working with our tax department, ITS department, and our software vendor for tax to begin working on the availability to track Parks and Recreation tax collection revenue by district. When it comes to reporting by asset, this item would require facility-level profit and loss statements in a mutually agreed upon format, CIP tracking by asset and district, with quarterly reports to the oversight boards. The city does currently provide financial reporting by asset, and it is provided routinely via the cash balances report. This report displays revenues by location and type, like Stony Point Soccer, Spring Lake Building Rentals, etc. So what we would do in these instances is we would work to ensure that there is a shared template for reporting to ensure that all parties understand the format and the information that is being shared. Because we might have the numbers, but if we don't understand what's behind the numbers, it loses all meaning. Fee structure. Another concern brought forward was fee structure. So we have sought clarity on charges and fees for district residents. Currently, district residents have not, per the agreement that's in place, have not been charged higher fees. And just for information, Parks and Recreation defines a resident as those individuals or families that contribute to the tax base which supports Fayetteville-Cumberland Parks and Recreation programming. So for them, currently all residing in Cumberland County are considered residents, except those residing within the town of Hope Mills. However, we know that there are some procedural items that may bring concern to this. So to address this concern, we've held staff-level discussions about procedures and the conversations that are held when residents from the district check into facilities such as pools. So for example, the question that's asked, do you live in the district? And making sure that all of our district representatives understand the question that is being asked so that they can answer and not have to pay an additional fee. So we've had those discussions. And so it's minor tweaks to ensure that we're all on the same page. Regarding districts' capital improvement plans, we have discussed plans for districts to have rolling CIPs identifying major projects and their funding sources. We discussed processes and procedures for working collaboratively with stakeholders in each district to develop these CIP requests. Director Gibson and I had a great conversation about historical processes for this. And so the idea that we had was that county staff and Parks and Recreation leadership would meet with stakeholders from each district to develop a CIP, which would then be presented to governing boards for approval and moving forward. To ensure transparency in maintenance and repair requests, we have held conversations around county district representatives having access to a maintenance ticketing and tracking system through the city's CityWorks platform. We are still continuing those discussions as well. Regarding an emergency maintenance fund where the authority is delegated to districts for quick fixes on maintenance items, there are funds budgeted annually for building maintenance at each district facility, and that is something that we are continuing to have dialogue through. Finally, we have shared information regarding the Parks and Recreation master plans. In researching with our colleagues at the city, we have record of 2 master plans that were presented to the board. There was a master plan presented and accepted at the regular meeting on 4/3 of 2006. This meeting directed the advisory commission to bring back priorities, and those were presented and accepted on June 19th of 2006. The most recent master plan, which is the 2020 master plan, was presented at the September 10th, 2020 agenda session, and again at the 11/12/2020 regular meeting, where records show it was adopted. Regarding inclusion of the school facilities and systems and travel leagues into the master plan, we will need to continue to have additional conversations, assessments, and community engagement resources and data collection would need to be necessary to continue to work with that master plan. If the board requests, we can work to have a 2020 Parks and Recreation master plan update, looking at Director Gibson, to be provided to the board at a subsequent agenda session. In summary, county and city staff have worked to have discussions to respond to items brought forward at the November agenda session. We are continuing to have dialogue and build consensus supports around a framework. Discussions are continuing between the city and county attorneys to move forward. At this time, I will try to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
County Manager Green, anything to add before I open it up for questions?
The city manager and myself are going to be meeting in the coming week or week and a half to discuss this. Also, both the city attorney and county attorney have a meeting to discuss this so we can bring closure to this, hopefully by the first part of February.
Thank you. Commissioners, questions? Vice Chairman Jones, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your information, Manager Faith. My question is in regards to the Master Plan 2020. First question is, how often do you all do those plans? And second, I guess statement would be a request that I hope the board will also be in agreement with. I would like to see that you all discuss or put in place some time dates to do an update of that 2020, since we're in 2026, number one. And when you all implement the new updated master plan, I would request perhaps a timeline type of, for the different entities of what's taking place, a timeline type of format to be structured to be put in place. It's my only input and request.
Thank you, Vice Chairwoman. The master plans are 10-year master plans. And we can absolutely, if the board requests, we can absolutely bring.
Commissioners? Anything else?
So do I need to request that?
So, County Manager Greer, on the master plan, what do you need? We can do that through the budget cycle? Where are we looking to do that piece?
We'll do it through the budget cycle.
What I mean by the budget cycle is if we have a master plan in front of that, then we would be funding it. I'm assuming the master plan is funded from the overall CIP for Parks and Rec side. So what would you want to see? What direction do you need from us to move forward, to make a recommendation that we move forward with a master plan? Because the city's going to have to agree to it as well.
Yeah, just action today, and we'll go ahead and work with the city once they agree to move with the master plan, and we'll bring it forward prior to we start, I guess, before the budget process. So we'll have anything that have a budgetary impact, we can address before the budget. We get too involved in the budget.
So can we give direction to the staff to bring back the master plan, quote unquote plan?
For informational purposes?
For informational purposes next month?
Yes.
And that you'll have a conversation with the city manager in between that, so y'all can work any pieces of that out that we need to look at. Board, does that cover what you want? Vice Chairman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I would just like to add, since we talked about in that update of that master plan, when I was speaking of this, the structure of a timeline in there for like what's going to be done and what, speaking of the budget, can we have in that timeline of the different component pieces, can we have a budget put to that? What I mean by that is the, amount of, I guess what I'm trying to say is, I'm going to get kind of tongue-tied here. formatted out with the structure of this, that, and another, what the amount would be like on the timeline of what the amount budget-wise would be?
Yes, ma'am.
Itemized, that's what I'm trying to say. Itemized list of that's built in, what that cost would be. That's it, thank you.
Commissioner Patel?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it might help, and maybe Director Gibson could help with this, but since the master plan was from 2020, I know there's a few things that we've probably already accomplished, some things that we're working on, kind of like the aquatic center. It might be helpful to get an idea of if that master plan's still on track, or before we start to look at dollars and spending and budgeting.
The master plan is definitely, and let me stop that. Good evening, good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioners.
Good evening. Afternoon.
Half a day. The master plan is definitely in progress. There's sometimes a little confusion as to how the bond referendum is being completed and the overall master plan that includes Spring Lake, the county, district, and the city of Fayetteville. So sometimes it gets a little intertwined. But I would definitely like to come back and have that master plan discussion so that we can sort of get into it micro and explain, because when you're having conversations with the incorporated areas in the district, their community needs are maybe a little bit different than you would see based in the master plan. So I would like to have that conversation, and as Faith said, having that general conversation with the mayors and the boards in the district would be beneficial for the commissioners to understand how that lays out.
Anything else? The current master plan is online, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's what I want to know.
Both of them are.
Thank you.
So, anything else?
No,
Mr.
sir.
Gibson? I'm going to pivot back to Assistant County Manager Phillips. I want to bring back to the agreement, the interlocal agreement, because that's where I think we're focused. Understand, just kind of listening through, there's about 12 points that we saw. We whittled most of those down, so we feel that the staffs are close to reaching an agreement based on the different points. I understand we still got a couple sticking points. I think the board's wishes, please correct me if I'm wrong, we'd like to see it back to us in its agreed form at the staff level by the agenda work session in February, so that we can approve it in February at the second meeting in February. I know we've been working on it for a while, so this gives us a point to move towards. Can't guarantee when the city will bring it forward, but at least we can bring it forward if the staffs have reached agreement, particularly the two managers have reached an agreement. I think we're close there. That board, if it's okay, we can get it to the agenda session in February with final points, final agreement, and then bring it to the board for final approval. And what I'm saying in February are the deal points. I know it'll take a little while for the attorneys to do their piece. We can see the agreement as long as the deal points match the agreement for the second meeting in February. Board, are you okay with that? Okay. Sounds like everybody is, or at least the people that are responding.
And
All right.
Mr. Chairman, for clarification, the attorneys have already been talking.
Oh, no, I understand. No, I just meant it'll take you a little while to get from the deal points to the agreement. So what we're looking for is consensus with the managers. The manager looks at us, here are the deal points we've agreed to. We're going to move this into, if you have the agreement by the agenda session, great. And we can look at them both. Any other questions on this item or on this presentation? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Good the progress we've made. Thank you for Director Gibson for being here. County Manager Greer, are there any other presentations that you're adding?
Yes. I'd like to add 3 presentations in this order. First, Incident Command Center Post by Gary Crumpler, Emergency Services Director. Then an update with the Gillespie Street lot by Jeremy Stefanko, Internal Services Director. And lastly, an update on the Housing Prevention and Stabilization Voucher Program, Chief of Staff Tavo.
Okay, so we're going to add 3 additional presentations. The Unified Mobile Incident Command Vehicle, the update on the Gillespie Street lot, green space, and then the Homeless Prevention Stabilization Voucher Program. So at this time, we'll go ahead and move forward with the Incident Command Post.
All right. Good afternoon, Chairman, Vice Chair, and Commissioners. It's a pleasure to be before you today to discuss the concepts and considerations for a new mobile incident command post. For those of you that don't know, and for the public, a incident command post at its very core is a deployable vehicle or trailer equipped with communications and workspace that allows incident commanders and partner agencies to coordinate operations. So think dark sky days, in the field, woods fire, a way for that unified command to come together, fire chief, EMS to coordinate resources. So I think it's important to give a little bit of context and background. So the county has a existing mobile command post. Its unit number is COMS 1, and the existing command post is a deployable asset and shared and available to any public safety agency in Cumberland County, and as well as some of our partner counties like Hope County that doesn't have one. It's been used for that purpose to support them for some events. A little bit about the existing command post. It's a 2005 Thomas Bill bus. It was converted to an incident command post by the Fire Chiefs Association in partnership with some other organizations. It currently has a space for 6 positions, onboard communication or onboard generator system, and alternate communications are some very basic features of the incident command post. With that being said, as we continue to grow as a county, as incidents become more complex, there are some limitations to that command post. For instance, we, as a part of emergency management, we're in charge of conducting exercises. A part of that exercise, our practitioner, they give us a after-action review. And some of the findings in that after-action review for a recent active assailant exercise is it was not enough space to effectively develop a unified command. So we had all the partners and players in the same place, but it was not enough space in that incident command post for them to hold a conversation because it was so tight in the inside. Because of that, acoustics is also an issue, and the responders found it more effective to just gather outside of the command post to have discussions rather than be in it, which is what we do not want. You want the players in the game to be able to sit in one room away from the boots on the ground to make critical decisions. Some additional gaps identified by first responders is the need for a dedicated space for tactical dispatchers. So as we talk about Joint 911 and increasing our capabilities, tactical dispatching is what we want to move to, where we have on-scene telecommunicators responsible for handling that on-scene communication. Slides to increase the interior profile of the unit. For those of you that are familiar with campers and RVs that have slides to expand, as well as the lack in digital displays. As our search and rescue efforts become more complex, we use unmanned aerial vehicles or drones to help in search and rescue, so a way to display those search missions. The limited availability to segment operations, so we just talked about acoustics, a way to divide off the incident command post. Flex space for accountability and just writing critical information, and CAD operability, which is a critical component that we got to make sure that ITS is in the conversation, which they have been, to make sure that our network on the command bus is talking to the network here on our servers. This is some of the pictures of our existing incident command post. You can see that it's very narrow. Picture 15 to 20 people in that small space. You're not going to get very much done. I'm sorry.
No, I was talking to myself. I'm talking myself how big. I don't know if I can get in between.
I want to remind the commissioners that this is recorded. And your mics are
They
hot.
already know. They already know. I'm just looking at the space.
So this is the very front of the incident command post. It's space for one seated position and one pretty much standing up position. So you imagine trying to navigate past those two with a bunch of papers and everything displayed on the desk. It's not a fun time, I can assure you. Here's the kind of middle section of it. It's space for 4 additional positions. This is where we have our command staff generally. But again, very small space, and whenever you talk about your incident command staff, it's going to span much larger than that from the very beginning. The very back is really a lavatory, a bathroom, and a place where we have printer. Really no space for personnel to be back there to effectively manage an incident. So behind the scenes, emergency services, grant management, and county management or county administration have been working with our consultants to develop a proposal as set forth as part of your legislative priorities. So one of your legislative priorities is advancing public safety or enhancing public safety, and one of those bullet items below that is an incident command post. A cross-section of first responders have been conducting meetings to discuss unit size, design, and scope. Chief Johnson is back there in the audience. He's really been spearheading this group and doing a very good job of keeping people on pace to make some critical decision points, as well as every jurisdiction in the county has been invited to participate as part of this discussion. Additionally, we have completed tours of the North Carolina State Highway Patrol response vehicle, which is displayed before you. That is a tractor-drawn unit, which is pretty big in size. And then just today, public safety agencies, along with some commissioners, visited New Hanover County to take a look at their unit. We have another tour scheduled with Charlotte Fire Department to look at their new incident command post to get some additional ideas. So an inside look of the North Carolina Highway Patrol. You can see how that footprint in the inside has substantially expanded. You see our sheriff there, as well as the police chief and multiple public safety agencies from across the county. A special thank you to Colonel Johnson for coming down personally to give us a tour of the unit. Outside, as we talked about, UAV operations, that's where they display the missions. And here are some operational considerations for you as commissioners as you have internal discussions about this project. So the things that we are talking about in committee is type and design considerations, versatility. So we talked about, let me go forward a little bit in these pictures. So we talked about a unit like this versus a tractor-drawn incident command post. The main thing about it is if you think about versatility, Hurricane Helene type incident, there's no way that you can get a tractor-drawn unit to those critical incident areas. This is more versatile, and you can get to some of those areas better. The availability of qualified drivers. So with a tractor-drawn unit, you have to have Class A drivers. Most firemen are classified B type drivers, which are totally equipped to drive a unit of this size. Service and availability, as you talk about, if a critical component fails on this unit, we have Cumberland County operated repair shop, so that tax value is staying internal to Cumberland County. And then the most critical component is the size. So you go from 6 positions in our existing command post to 21 with a unit like this, and probably double with the size of a tractor drawing unit like the Highway Patrol. So that's a net gain of 15 plus positions. Price range is between 3.7 and 4 million, as we talked about, and with New Hanover County today. And their approximate timeline for this unit itself was about 24 months. So, additional pictures, go back a little, some of the displays within that unit. So, a huge step up from our existing command post. So, very brief presentation. I'll take any questions that you may have.
Commissioners, questions? Commissioner Tyson, our resident public safety liaison. So,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Recognized.
First, just wanted to say, Gary, thank you and thank Chief Johnson. You know, y'all have worked very hard through the holidays and everything else to gather the information and do some legwork on this and get some preliminary stuff done. So thank y'all for what y'all have done. And having an opportunity to go and see our existing vehicle and the limitations you described, plus looking at some of the other options out there, it's easy to see that, you know, that there's a need for us to have a modernized vehicle with a unified approach. One of the things I would ask, just to share with the board, expectations on the lifespan of the vehicle, because we all know, you know, kind of where the estimate is, and I know we got to get the proposal back and get a firm number on your recommendation, but talk about kind of the life expectancy of the unit itself.
I'd like to invite Chief Johnson up here. He drives fire truck. This is pretty much a fire truck without a suppression. So he's the subject matter expert on vehicles and their durability and lifespan.
Good afternoon.
Glad to be here. This is important to our response capabilities. Oh, I'm sorry. As Gary said, talking to life expectancy, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, we should easily be able to get about 25 years if we periodically upgrade the technology. There has to be an upgrade. Our fire trucks, we're driving some of them 30 years old, just good maintenance. So I don't foresee this vehicle going as much as a fire truck does, but it will go well. But I think we can get good 25 years out of one of those vehicles or apparatuses.
You got a follow-up?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
And just as a follow-up, and Chief, thank you. And as we look towards response of this vehicle, let's talk about that for a second. Deployability in the county. Give us some thoughts on that, and then, of course, anything else you would want to share.
Okay. Well, first of all, you know, the size of our county, our population, our uniqueness with Fort Bragg, we need this enhanced capability. And when we have a large incident, if we have the capability of swiftly mobilizing a mobile command post, the faster we do that, the faster we establish command and control to mitigate those incidents. So a vehicle like this, like I said, major disasters, hazmat calls. We can also use it for 4th of July, depending on how big the crowds are, what we establish for it to respond to. But again, it's like Gary said, it's open to all the public safety agencies. I know City of Fayetteville has large crowd events where you can use a mobile command post and do that command and control without going back to the 911 center. It is self-sufficient to do all that. We can dispatch. We have all the assets right there in that mobile command post. So.
Anything else? Vice Chairman Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. An excellent presentation with excellent information. 2 questions. I know as you were stating that we are a large county. Are we really in need of 2, or is just 1 going to be sufficient to start? That's one question. And then number 2, in regards to the replacement, what's the time frame? Like, say, once the board, I guess I want more information about that process. Is this something where these vehicles have to be custom made, or Where are they coming from? So I'm looking at that question I'm trying to ask is like time frame. Do they customize these? Or they're coming from another state, or what's the situation with that?
All right.
Once, like, say this is approved.
So your first question about is there a need for two? I would say yes. In emergency services, we always believe in redundancy. So if we have a critical engine failure on a unit like this, then we always have a fallback. So that's why I would suggest keeping both units. Second to that, I'm sorry, what was your second question?
In regards to like where these particular, vehicles kept, and wait a minute, before you get to that though, I did have a question because as he was stating about, the space before, is there any way, like, since it sounds like we do need to, do they do just like with cars? I don't know, so I'm gonna ask, do they like, can you trade in, like for these particular vehicles, do they like trade in one for the other? Then we maybe can have two new vehicles? I'm just saying, I don't know, I'm asking. Like you can trade in a regular car. I know these aren't, but it doesn't hurt to ask.
So usually they have demo models, which I would not suggest. I would suggest building it from the ground up because there's so much technology that has to be implemented, so much complexities, and if you don't build it for the right purpose and for your jurisdiction, it's not any use of having it.
No, I mean like the one we already have. Are they ever in the business of, taking that one forward, as you said, to build new one? Like the vehicle we have now, since you said we need two, like when you can take your car in to get a newer one, do they not operate like the regular car dealers, is what I'm trying to say.
So you can put it out for sale, but it's hit or miss how much money you're going to get for it. Chief Johnson, you have?
Since it sounds like we do need two, just trying to get the best two possible vehicles.
So right now, with budget considerations, I would suggest going after a new one and keeping the existing one as a backup. Because you think about wear and tear, how much the vehicles get used. And at the end of the day, this unit, the existing unit, is very good for an area command, which is a much smaller footprint than the main scene where you're talking about multiple incident commanders in one space at one time.
Just then, the second question. So with these vehicles, since like you stated, they're customized, how long does that process take to build and then to be able to actually have it, here in our possession to start utilizing for the county?
So from the time that the contract is signed and the build is finalized, 24 months.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Adams, you're up next.
I just got two things. One, I think it's important for IT to be involved. I've sat through these hurricanes, and whether we're going to look at some Starlink as to that technology, because I'm just going to tell you, if we're doing it on the Wi-Fi, during those hurricanes, when it went down, they couldn't communicate with each other. So as we talk about this command and we start off, think about what we're going to do on technology, whether it's going to be with Starlink, the satellite, or any of that. That's just important. And I know you're going to do that. That's just one of the things that I suggested. The other one kind of goes to the manager and the commissioners, because I think I heard you say at the beginning, Hope County, Robertson County, everybody using it. Man, maybe they ought to kick in just a little bit to be able to help us purchase this. And I hope you're using the universities. I didn't hear the universities, but they have access to it too. But if we hear from our legislative delegation talking about regionalization, so if this is going to be the command unit for this sector, we ought to talk to some of these other county managers and county commissioners about, and then you can have two, maybe, to be able to do that. But that's, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. Commissioner Patel, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Krubler, I have one question. So seeing the state trooper one that we had the opportunity to see here locally, and then the New Hanover one, the pricing that you shared with us for the one on the presentation, was that more in line with what we saw at New Hanover, and if so, what would the pricing be for the State Highway Patrol concept that we looked at that size for that trailer? If you have it.
So the new Hanover one is in line with that 3.7 number is what they told us today. And the Highway Patrol, you said it's 2.7? What? 2.7 4 years ago. So inflation has
Increased.
increased.
Commissioners, anything else? Vice Chairman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just, again, another question, just a thought of consideration. Are there any type of grants that sometimes can cover this since it is for emergency use, or is it, we already have one in? Okay, so that's good to know we do have one in. That's all I was going to ask is, seems like there might possibility be some grant money out there for something like this. So it's already covered, I hear. Thank you.
A couple things. So you've been working with our lobbyists in DC, so to kind of segue to Vice Chairman Jones' comment, just any updates on the federal side of anything?
I'll let you.
Absolutely. So with the federal legislative priorities with this, we have received information, sorry, I am pulling my notes up, that the House Appropriations Committee has released its fiscal year 2026 Commerce, Justice, Science Appropriations Bill. This bill does include fiscal year 2026 funding of $994,593 under DOJ OJP Burn for the Cumberland County, North Carolina Mobile Incident Command Post Project.
And Commissioners recall, this was on our federal legislative priorities last year that we advocated for, and our team in DC advocates for. So that's roughly about $1 million of potential grant dollars. Other questions, you mentioned municipalities. I think it's important to, the people that we pulled, that's been pulled together here locally, those are from where across the community?
So, Chairman, every jurisdiction has been invited. So far, we've had participation from Spring Lake, the town of Hope Mills, the city of Fayetteville, our sheriff, Fort Bragg, or hospital EMS, city of Fayetteville Emergency Management. So we've had very good participation. Our EOC is pretty packed. And to Commissioner's Adam Point, our IT department has been involved every step of the way. They were with us today in New Hanover County looking at their setup. And, 911, yeah.
Commissioners, first, thank you for the presentation. Commissioners, kind of logical next step. I know the work group is continuing to work to look at what they need to do. I know there's further. Is there consensus to give manager direction to work with, look at some budgeting operations or ability to funding opportunities that are out there, bring that back through finance so we can start leaning into that as we look towards the budget to making decisions on whether we want to do this or not? Consensus to do that? County manager, that give you what you need? So we'll move it through finance committee and then let your work group continue from a staff level, and then when the county manager is ready to bring that back, you can bring it back.
For clarification, Mr. Chairman, we look to move it through at the February Finance Committee meeting?
I will leave that to the chairman of the finance committee. But I would see why not. Anything else for this item? All right, we'll go ahead and move to the Gillespie Street presentation.
Yes, back in December, we discussed the options for the Gillespie Street lot. Jeremy Stefanko is going to give you an update. Internal Services Director will give you an update on the next things we need to take care of regarding the lot and estimate on what it would cost to make it a green space. Jeremy?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Hope you all are doing well. I'm here to give you a quick update on the investigation on the green space conversion. First off, the summary of it. Following the board's direction to evaluate the conversion of the former Crown Event Center site on Gillespie Street into a public green space, staff has conducted initial vendor consultations and internal site assessments. While our preliminary costs for surface materials have been identified, the project involves mandates and engineering requirements related to the closure of the previous construction project. Material estimates. Initial quotes have been obtained for the basic components of the green space. Please note that these are base quotes and do not include engineering, drainage, and other items. Sod installation, irrigation, and grading round off to $662,000. Regulatory and engineering requirements. The transition from a high-density construction site back to a previous green space is subject to city and state mandates. The following steps are required to move this forward. Formal project closeout. A comprehensive site file review by engineer is necessary to close out all open permits and obligations from the previous project. Stormwater and ordinance compliance. This site must be reevaluated to meet current city and state stormwater regulations. Internal engineering oversight. A county engineer will need to oversee the survey and design phase to ensure all technical demands meet legal requirements. To reach an actual final number, this workflow must be recommended. Engineering site file review audit should be moved forward. Completion of a new survey and design. Board approval of final design. Formal bidding process for grading sod irrigation. The next steps will be direct an engineer to begin the site file review to meet those demands to close out the current project and initiate a new design plan. 2, allow staff, the county engineer to return at the next scheduled meeting with a redefined estimates for the engineering and survey costs. And at this time, I'll take any questions regarding this.
Commissioners, Commissioner Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One question I have is, typically on the stormwater ordinance, they're looking at regulating the water being contained on a site that has impervious area. With this particular location, we actually decreased the impervious area from what was there. So I'm trying to understand why we would have to meet stormwater containment requirements if it's already impervious.
Well, and currently, we need to have, I've already talked to DEQ, and we have to have it stabilized for now, currently, in order to close out that current project.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioners, other questions? So a couple questions
Yes, sir.
from the chair. Our open permit with DEQ, what's the timeline? That's not an indefinite permit. So what's the timeline on that DEQ permit?
I honestly don't know. I would have to get with them, and I can get back with you all on that.
Okay, so I would assume, County Manager Greer.
We plan to have that closed out by the end of, no later than the end of February.
This year.
But the timeline established in that permit is what? Does it expire?
It does expire, but I don't have the date right offhand. We can get that, and I'll provide that via email to the commissioners.
Okay, thank you. So my point in that is that this is a step we would have to take no matter what. I want to be clear on that we'd have to close out this DEQ permit. Mm-hmm. So the steps we're taking, which could have been taken whenever the board directed, these steps would have to be taken regardless of what we're doing there. So that's going to be a cost that is a cost of part of shutting the termination of the project that was there.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So we want to understand those steps and what needs to happen. And I'm assuming you walked through those. And is that what you're saying you're going to bring back next month, or you're going to bring back? What did you suggest you would bring back next month?
So I recommend the initial startup. I think a site file review by engineer to determine what permits and everything is out there pending. And then we can work on closing items out, because there may be electrical permits out there, additional water permits, additional items out there we're kind of unsure of.
I guess I just want to make sure that we're containing there's a closeout to this, which was
Yes,
part of the
sir.
closeout of the old project, and that's closing out that DEQ permit.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
So that's a step.
Yes,
And then
sir.
on top of that, what are we going, then there's a cost to whatever we're going to do future. I want to make sure we don't blend those two.
No.
So the cost of a green space is not including the cost of closing out the DEQ permit.
No.
Okay.
They're going to be two separate and distinct things.
And so at the next meeting, you're going to bring back what we need to do to close out the DEQ permit, and we're going to bring back the engineering.
And I think my recommendation would be to hire an engineer,
Okay.
do a 20K not to exceed to complete that site file review. And I think that way we can get a better understanding of what permits are out there.
Go ahead, County Manager.
Yes, I don't know if we need to hire an engineer. We have a new engineer on staff, Ken Griffin. Ken, will you please stand, please? Ken is engineer, he's now a director of engineering and infrastructure. Get his he and Jeremy to work together and get a recommendation. But with Ken's experience, I think we could probably more than likely handle a majority of it in-house.
Thank you, County Manager Greer. And then the last question that I have is, have we had a conversation with Parks and Recreation to look at how they could potentially facilitate leveraging any assets they may have to help us transform this back to green space?
That has not been done. I can do that, though.
Okay, I'd make a recommendation that we potentially, County Manager, if that's something, we can have a conversation with our Parks and Rec Department to see how they can facilitate that and at what cost they'll do, hopefully minimal cost, that they'll participate in that process. Yes, sir.
As long as it's economically feasible, I'll work with Parks and Rec.
It's the indirect cost, right? Okay, Vice Chairman Jones, you have something else?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to make sure that I'm clear on the action implementation steps. So, Mr. Greer, that of what you're talking about for the end of February is the part one of what you were stating that you all could get together and have a closeout? I just want to make sure we're clear on that, since it's two separate things. Is that not my correct understanding?
Yes, we got to
Okay.
close out the erosion control permit and the permit with Diener and keep that separate because that's a separate project. And then to account for the cost for the green space, we need to have that as a separate cost also.
So part one will be done by the end of February. I'm just trying to
Yes.
get my timelines straight is what I was trying to do. Thank you
Yes.
so much.
And just want to make one last point, that as we're working through this process, that we are, we have in our thought process that we do have Robert Van Giens from our Economic Development side working on economic development opportunities, so that potentially could be brought back to us with some opportunities. So as we're thinking through what we're doing and how we're doing it, that should be in the thought process as well. Okay, hearing nothing else, Commissioner Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question for the clerk. When did the board vote to transform the space to green space? Do you remember when that vote occurred, and what meeting?
11 December.
It was discussed at the last agenda session.
Okay.
We did not take a formal vote, but it was discussed at the agenda session.
11 December 25.
And Mr. Chairman, as a follow-up,
Go ahead.
would we need to take an official vote to move forward with that? Question mark?
With what? The green space was voted on. It was direction.
It was direction.
It was direction to bring back the cost of it, which is what we are still waiting on, that they're going to bring back to us in February. So they're going to bring us a cost to close out the DEQ permit, and the process and the time to do that, and then they're going to bring us a cost to look at the next step to move it towards a green space.
Thank you, Mr.
Do we need additional direction? I don't think we need a vote. Because the only vote we're doing is when we resource it, and that's when we spend money or change policy. Commissioner Tyson, does that cover what you need?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Vice Chairman Jones?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want, so you said that was done in November, so of course Christmas and all that, so December and January, they got all this information together, so we could have it all together by February, right? The last 2 months, in other words, since this was holiday time, and you've been working on it since November and December, basically, gathering everything within those 2 months. Is
It was
that,
at December agenda session when it was discussed.
that's what I thought. I want to make sure I wasn't straight. So it wasn't November, it was December.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I thought
Anything else on,
someone said November.
anything else on this
December.
item?
Okay.
All right, we'll go ahead and move
Thank you.
forward. Thank you. And we'll go ahead and move forward to the Housing Prevention and Stabilization Voucher Program.
Yes, time off Chief of Staff, and notice I said Chief of Staff and not slash. We'll present this item and answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners.
Good afternoon.
What I have for you today is a presentation, but more so a report. Put at your place a little bit more information that I'm going to actually mention, more itemized numbers. There's no PPI in there, but there's a breakdown of information as regards to the voucher program. So just a brief background. So on September 30th of last year, the county launched the Homeless Prevention and Stabilization Voucher Program as a pilot. And so we talk about a pilot, we're talking about a time-limited test program with a fixed budget designed to provide a concept, engage demand, and learn what it would take to scale that program in a responsible way. We knew from the outset of that program that it was not designed to meet the full need of the community, but it would not in that sense be an open-ended benefit. It was a time-limited benefit to go back and look and see what the success was in it or what needed to be done. The board at that time approved $250,000 in American Rescue Plan Freedom and Capacity dollars, and we operationalized the pilot through the coordinated entry process to ensure that referrals were processed and aligned with the community need, including the policy priority of the households that were displaced by the closure of the Salvation Army over the summer, as well as those displaced from the Regency Inn over the summer. The demand was immediate and overwhelming. We received 743 family referrals in a very short window, about 2.5 to 3 weeks. Each referral required individual screening and verification, landlord coordination, documentation review, vendor onboarding in the county financial system, and direct payment processing. This is why the pilot matters. The pilot wasn't just writing checks, of course. It was about testing whether we could build a compliant and scalable process with those integrity controls in place. Given the program's fixed pilot funding, we paused new referrals on October 20th, 2025. That decision reflects the core implications of it being a pilot. We did not want to continue to accept referrals knowing that we couldn't responsibly or reasonably fund or fulfill them, and continue to intake applications would have created a false expectation or increased wait times or undermined the public trust in that regard. To date, we assisted financially 75 families, so approximately 300 to 345 individuals, with a total expenditure of $264,745. And that was $245,603 in rent assistance, $18,114 in utility assistance, and we did, I think on 2 occasions, $1,028 in emergency hotel assistance when it was necessary. That total exceeds the board's approved $250,000 by $14,745. We did that by covering the increase by using community housing support funding, CDBG homeless initiative funds, homeless services funds, homeless initiative funds, and COC matching funds to make those households whole in limited cases. We did reject 144 referrals for reasons that included landlord non-participation, no-shows, failure to provide documentation, out-of-county residency, inability to contact, and also proven and suspected fraud, among other things. The pilot has produced clear takeaways. Number one, demand significantly, of course, exceeds the current resources that were in the program. Number two, landlord participation was a significant and major limiting factor. And number three, staff time constraints were a factor in the timeliness of referral turnaround. And number four, program integrity controls are essential in moving public dollars quickly. After final closeout payments are issued in the upcoming check runs, we'll finish that process out and reconcile that. Staff is presenting this report to the board for informational purposes, but is looking for the board for your pleasure and recommendation on the next steps. And I'll take any questions that you may have.
Commissioners, questions on this program? Commissioner Tyson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ty, thank you for bringing this back. And I think at the time, when we looked at this program, given the gaps that we had with the Salvation Army shelter closure, and recognizing that, we needed to have a program in place that could immediately address this need in the community. And it sounds like, based on your report, we've done that. I guess my question to you is, given now where we stand today with the potential of the Salvation Army shelter reopening, given the funding that we've given to that, would this program today still be something that we would need as a tool in our toolbox, given that we've made other investments to kind of combat this issue?
That's a loaded question, Commissioner Tyson. But thank you for the question. I think what we're looking at is there are many facets of that population. I'll give you a good example. One of the reasons that we weren't able to assist some individuals, for example, was income, right? And so we're focusing on rental assistance, trying to get people to stay in their properties. You don't have an income, and so I can't then, pay your income 3 months forward and then put you in a situation where you can't pay your rent. And so we would look to some type of transitional or some type of emergency sheltering for that individual, which did not exist at the time. And so with those things coming back online, those individuals who may not have had the ability to access this program could benefit. But I think the other side to that is, I think that you could run this program for indefinitely, and there will always be a need because of the cost of just living. And I got to give her a shout. She's not here, but I almost said my staff, but Miss Manuel's staff, Tawana Dawkins, who is our COC program manager. She's awesome. Not only did she work in this program to assist us with moving the dollars, she spent 90% of her time on the phone with landlords negotiating rates and getting people's rates down. And she was successful in many cases to do that so they could stay in their properties long term. But the cost of living, the cost of renting and wages, I think there's always going to be a need there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioners, any other questions? Commissioner Adams?
I guess I got a couple of questions. And I guess because we've done these programs several times, and the demand is clearly high in terms, you say it's 743. So do we have a database of people that continue to come back or new people who need the help in terms of that? So did we look at any kind of database to be able to do that when you got that many people?
Yes, sir, and that was primarily the reason why we ran this through the coordinated entry process. And so the HMI system, that person has a profile in there, so we know every interaction that we've had going back 10 years in some cases. And you have that. We try to help everybody in the situation in the here and now, but of course, when it comes to priority, you have to spread the love a little bit and help people who have maybe never received any assistance. But you always have folks who, and they have a need still, but you have people who every time a program opens, of course, they will apply. But we try to prioritize folks who've not been seen before.
That's great. And I guess one of the things when you're talking about these landlords, what kind of residents are we talking about? Single family, apartments, kind of, when we're talking about
Yes, sir. They're all renters.
Well, I got that part. But how many? It's different in terms of you got some apartments, you got some in Section 8, which has a reduced rent already, and you got some in single-family dwelling that might have Section 8. I'm just trying to figure out what we looked at in terms of the ones that we actually financed.
Yes, sir. And correct me if I'm wrong, any of y'all, but I don't recall anyone in Section 8. We didn't really touch Section 8, but I will say 85 to 90% of our individuals were in apartments. There are some that are in houses that are just renting a house from a landlord. There were some people who were in situations where they were in some type of shared living space, which complicates the leases and can you sublease and all that. And so we went through that situation. But most of them were renters. What we did in many cases, if we knew that they were in a property that really didn't match the income, we case managed them and we're like, well, let's look at this over here. And in a lot of cases, we transitioned them into another situation that was more affordable for them if they were in an unaffordable situation.
And I guess that's my last question, Mr. Chairman, is that with a program of this type where we're paying, and I've looked at, I think the average was only $3,000 in terms of what they received.
35.
Which is kind of couple of months, not many. I don't know how much rent is, so.
We typically-
Could be higher than that.
We typically, Commissioner Adams, we typically will do 3 months for rent,
And so I guess, so that's about $1,000 a month.
about.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And I know because of the way the city does their program that they have with first-time home buyers, are we looking, not out of this money, because this is where we did just to be able to pay that, but it doesn't help, and I guess you talked about it, to pay somebody's rent for 3 months, and then after 3 months, they don't have anywhere to go.
Right.
So are we looking and helping them with their budgets or whatever in terms, I hear you talking about, you looked at where they stayed and what the income is, but even through CLC or wherever we got some kind of budget management to be able to basically make sure that they can stay where they are. Otherwise, they're going to leave this program to go to another program, to go to another program, in that nature.
I think that
Or do
capacity.
you need a component to be able to do that and add some money for that, which is different than this money?
Right, and to that point, I think the chairman had brought up a while ago, and so, for example, some people came in and they were in a situation where we referred them to the HOPE program at FTCC because they needed some type of trade income to kind of start them on that path. And then we also have resources coming online, and so I talked about, I think it was like my bullet number 3, there was a staff capacity piece in that where we're pulling people off of jobs and they're trying to get this done. The board approved back in June for 3 additional positions to support the COC. And so some of those resources are coming online. I've reached out to Director Jackson at DSS, and she's offered help with eligibility when we have these types of situations. And so I think that the need is there, but also I think the resources are starting to come online to be able to, because we would love to sit down with someone and talk about, let's look at your budget and your income and what your expenses are and help counsel them into long-term success.
So, and I guess, yeah, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, because we got a capacity issue. So for this board is whether we consult somebody out to be able to do that. Whether I know the Fayetteville does it with Kingdom Community. I mean, we just don't have enough people at community development to be able to do that. But I think that's a major issue. Otherwise, we just continue this cycle over and over and over again. So as you look at these next steps and policy options, maybe to say, do we need to be able to bring this component on, and whether we do it through a consultant, whether we do it with an outside agency, because we just don't have enough to be able to do that. And the CLC is not geared up to do that. That's not what they do. So I think this board may want to think about doing that if y'all bring that back to us.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Commissioner Adams, what would you call that? Category, what is that step that you're saying, that we're saying that the Kingdom Impact is doing, or not Kingdom Impact, excuse me,
So to your point, they do, you're talking about first-time home buyers. Carl Manning through Kingdom Community, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Kingdom CDC?
The CDC.
They do require that folks that we send through, they go through that workshop to talk about their finances and basically become certified before they're admitted into the program.
And I think we can possibly talk to Fayetteville Tech to be able to do so. I don't think we necessarily have to have a private person do it. They've got all kind of things at Fayetteville Tech, Methodist, Fayetteville State to be able to assist them with our finances for them to be able to have some kind of budgetary to help people be able to do that.
Commissioner,
I call it.
I guess that's what I'm trying to get at, is what is that step that Commissioner, it's not moving them to home ownership, but it's helping them
Transition.
Financial literacy?
Yeah.
Thank you, that's the word. Thank you. I was going to say Ray, Director
Thank you.
Emmanuel.
Yeah, I think that's it. Because I think when you tell me that y'all looked at these people's budget and we may want this, but this is what we can afford, and we get into these leases and that's the problem, and then we are, paying for something that they can't, it's not
afford.
Sustainable. I
Yes,
guess
sir.
that's what I'm saying. So
Yes, sir.
financial literacy or something to that effect.
That's a huge piece.
Yes, I think, yeah.
Commissioners, other questions or comments? So a couple things on this board. I know this is for information, but just kind of direction, so we're moving forward. to the point around financial literacy, I know there's a lot of organizations that do that. I know the city does it with their community development. Could we bring back some information
Yes, sir.
around that to the board? Give me the timeline that you'd like to do that at a future work session or future agenda session. I will let the county manager give us that time frame. And then the second point is, I think, unless other direction from discussion from the commissioners, I think we'd like to continue with the program and come back and keep us updated on where we are and to get it closed down based on the dollars that have already been, we've already basically extinguished the dollars that we've put, but get us, to a point where we're closed down, we know the impact we've made, et cetera, before we make some additional decisions.
Absolutely.
Is that, yes, sir?
We like to bring it back in the March agenda session.
Commissioners, does that work?
That does work. But I think for purposes of the community, that we hadn't paused this program, it's ended.
I was just about to go there.
Because we're continuing to get calls as to when is it going to start back up. So I guess we're looking here is the money's gone. This pilot is closed, whether we do another one or not, so that people don't continue to apply to this program that doesn't exist anymore.
So I think the question is, so what I understood is it was paused because the amount of
Referrals.
applicants and you haven't worked through the referrals. So as you continue to work through the referrals, you're not going to take any more referrals right now.
No more referrals. So we worked as far as we could through the referrals. So we paused it at the 743, knowing that we likely wouldn't be able to fund all 743
Gotcha.
logically. And so we worked as far as we could and got through something like 300 and almost, what was it? 202? I think we got through at 202, and that's when we got to our cap. And we used, like I said, some other funding in there to make folks whole, but got to our cap. And so we do need to come back and have the board make a decision on.
So I think we're not obligating any other dollars for the pilot. So that pilot is closed because we've exhausted the funding for that pilot.
Correct.
Commissioners, you comfortable with that? And we can communicate that to the public. And then if we have the systems in place, if we want to add money, once we get the feedback and the impact, then we can determine if we're going to do anything else with it.
And I can work with Director Rice to put out communication.
And I'll just add one last, and this is a commentary from the chair. This is extremely sensitive topic in our community. When you talk about unhoused, when you talk about emergency shelter, when we talk about stabilization of people and availability of these type of funds, we have to over-communicate to our community. It's extremely important, and we communicate in a way that's very clear and understandable. And I will just say that if there's any clarity that this board has to provide on things that are this sensitive to the community, please bring those back to us so we can do it in a timely manner, because as Commissioner Adams talked about, I know this board heard it from the community.
Absolutely.
And we're the tip of the spear. Y'all do a wonderful job of executing the programs, but we're the tip of the spear, and we're the ones that are in the communities hearing it at the grocery stores or at the community meetings or in the churches. So we just appreciate that. So if we can get it closed down, communicate that, and then continue to be sensitive as we look at how we communicate.
Absolutely, sir.
Okay, we will go ahead and move forward. That's all the presentations, I believe, County Manager.
Yes.
We'll go ahead and move to item 2, approval of the agenda. At this time, County Manager Greer, are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, Chairman Devier, I'd like to pull item 3D, declaration of official intent to reimburse expenditures. That'll be on the January 20th meeting. Also, we'd like to pull item H, consideration of FAMPO memorandum of understanding. That will be brought back in the February agenda session. And then we would like to add Cumberland County ordinance change regarding prohibiting camping on county property. And that would come after the master plan for the Crown Complex Arena, sports and entertainment. And then lastly, on the closed session, I need to add attorney-client matter pursuant to NCGS 143-31811A, paragraph 3. Those are all the changes that I have to the agenda, Chairman.
Commissioners, any other changes or any other recommendations? Okay, Manager Greer, anything on the Spring Lake action items that came back in resolution based on, that we need to look at today?
We will bring those on the 20th, Chairman.
Okay. And then anything on the security contract around the library and the courthouse? No?
No.
And then any further update on the courthouse parking? Anything for this?
We'll discuss that one in closed session.
Okay. Anything else, Commissioners? All right, hearing nothing else, I entertain a motion. Vice Chairman Jones, you're recognized.
Motion to approve the agenda.
Second.
All right, so again, this is our first time we're voting, so make sure you are, we've got a motion to approve the agenda. It's been properly seconded. Any discussion? A motion to approve the agenda with the changes as stipulated by the county manager. Any questions on that motion? Hearing none, I'll ask the clerk to open up. Go ahead.
I do have just one question. How does a parking lot become a closed session item?
Property acquisition.
We need to add that one, so. I'll ask the clerk, any other questions or comments on the motion? Thank you for the clarity, Commissioner Adams. Hearing none, I'll ask the clerk to open up the voting portal. Commissioners, you have 30 seconds to cast your vote.
My key is that I vote yes.
She'll call it out.
Yeah, she'll call it out.
We're going to call it out. Madam Clerk, if you'll report the vote.
Voting in favor, Commissioner Adams, Commissioner Patel, and Commissioner Tyson. I do not have votes from Vice Chairwoman or Chairman.
And my keyboard.
Stop trying to run the meeting.
Andrea, my keyboard is stuck. Danny, I have to fix it.
Okay.
So it's a yes, though.
Okay, then it's unanimous.
I wanted to make sure my Vice Chairman wasn't alone.
It won't.
Okay, we'll go ahead and move forward to item 3, approval of the minutes. Vice Chairman Jones, ask for a motion.
Yes, motion to approval of the agenda session minutes
From December.
from December 2025.
Second.
Got a motion to approve the December 2025 agenda session minutes. Been seconded. Any questions or discussion on the motion? Hearing none, I will ask the clerk to open the voting portal. And Commissioners, you have 30 seconds to cast your votes.
Okay, just one moment.
30 seconds once she opens it.
There you are.
Okay. Thank you. I'll log back in. Thank you, Danny.
Madam Clerk, if you'll go ahead and close the vote and report the vote.
That is unanimous, and they are approved.
All right, we'll go ahead and move to item 4, consideration of agenda items, preliminary joint 911 Operations Center Community and Public Safety Survey results. County Manager Greer.
Yes, as we discussed consolidation of the 911 center with the city of Fayetteville, it was requested at the consolidated meeting that we issue have a public survey regarding this with the public thought and also public safety officials. Diane Rice, Communications Director, will present this item and to discuss the results of the preliminary survey that was sent out and answer any questions you may have.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Good afternoon.
see, on January 6th, we put out two surveys. One is community-facing, which we pushed via press release on social media, and then through a paid social media ad, we continued to circulate that. The second went specifically to public safety teams. That was circulated through email to all of the clerks, as well as pushed via Cumberland Alerts specifically to those teams. And then I think it's kind of been circulated continually through fire, 911 operators, and we'd have to touch base with Director Crumpler to see exactly who continues to receive that survey. In the paperwork that was just submitted to you, I tried to synopsize the preliminary results. The public-facing survey currently has received 238 responses, and the public safety-facing survey has received 66 responses. That's all I have. And all of the data is in the packet that I gave you, and this is just preliminary. We will close this on January 25th, and I will give you guys the final results.
And Ms. Rice, quick question. So the data behind here is just the public survey, not the public safety
Both are
professional?
included.
They're both are in this backpack?
Correct.
Okay. Commissioner Patel, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Rice, I've got a quick question. Does the survey for the community size break up whether it's a City of Fayetteville resident or a county resident?
It breaks it down by zip code. So we try to kind of pull that data even, make it even more kind of specific by pulling it by zip code.
Okay. Do you have an idea of what the response was, if it was like 50-50?
Sorry, by zip code, or are you asking what the response was, like what are people asking for?
No, by zip code. So if you did it by zip code, how many of the 239 responses that we got, how many percentage-wise would you say were probably in the city limits, and then how many were outside city limits?
I don't know. I'm sorry. I pulled this about 3 minutes before we got in here, so I'm not 100%
You can provide that back to us.
I definitely can provide that back to you.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Commissioner Adams, and then, go ahead.
But I guess, I don't know how you pull that, because these zip codes go cross county line. I mean, I could be, if you're doing zip codes, I can be in the county and still have one with somebody that's in the city. So I don't know how zip code does it.
It really is self-reporting, so some people don't even answer the question.
I understand, but what I'm saying, if you're doing it by zip code as opposed to asking where they live, city or county, a zip code won't get that to you. I mean, won't get, even if they report back what their zip code is, you can be in a zip code and be in this, one person can be in the city and one person can be in the county. That's how close the lines are. So I don't know that we'll be able to tell by that survey.
We'll report it back by zip code, whatever function we have for now.
I guess I got a question there.
You good, Commissioner?
I just don't know that helps me by zip code. That's what I'm saying. It's not going to be able to tell me city or county.
Correct.
So on the one for the public is whether we put one in there, a question, do you live in the city or the county? I don't care where, that may be, that's a more definitive question. Whether they self-report that or not is up to them, but you get a much better indication of where they live if you have that question as opposed to a zip code question.
Vice Chairman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with Commissioner Adams. That's what my point I was going to say. Or could we do it where, since we're speaking in zip codes, as we do know, there's different sides of town, like West Fayetteville, North Fayetteville, East Central, and if we could, I guess, call the post office or see from there. Like usually your zip code is, if you're on the west side of Fayetteville, 28314, 71st and all the way down, there's like maybe 2 or 3. They're going to assign your zip code based on the location of what part of town you are. So maybe to simplify it and make it easier even for the public, maybe we could do it that way. You know, what side of town do you live in? And then like the zip codes would be all branched together to say North Fayetteville, zip codes on there, West Fayetteville, because post office can give you that. Like, if you're on West Fayetteville, your zip codes are only gonna be 3 or 4. So you can tell the person to check that block. What side of Fayetteville do you live on? West, east, north, or south? Because the zip codes are branched by the location parts of town. That might, just suggestion, be an easier way to do it. In other words, on the survey, it would say West Fayetteville. It's gonna have the list of those. I think there's only 3 zip codes, from what I understand from the post office, that's on that end of town. And then north, so they would know your zip code would be on the survey, and that way you would know which side of town you're on, west, north, east, or south. Just maybe to try to help y'all simplify it. Just a suggestion.
Commissioner Tyson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I guess for me, I look at it a little different. My main concern would just be that they're a Cumberland County resident receiving the service. Because whether you're north, south, east, or west, you're all a Cumberland County resident. And one of the things, I just looking at this very briefly, it looks to me like the overwhelming response is that it's very important to have a unified system. Over almost 75%. Almost 50% of the respondents say that they are very confident that a shared 911 operations center would improve emergency response and coordination, which statistically is an overwhelming amount. But then when you come back towards the first responder survey itself, you see kind of a similar trend emerge where consolidation would be preferred. And I would like to note, Mr. Chairman, as this board did when we met jointly with the city, that the overwhelming response from the first responder community was a joint board with equal representation, which is what this board voted to do. So the survey to me just kind of confirms, in my opinion, what we've been hearing in this community and what this board's tried to do in terms of leadership of getting the best service delivered for 911 from this community. Would that be a fair assessment, Ms. Wright?
I agree, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Tyson. Vice Chairman Jones?
I agree at both points, but the only good thing that can come from when you know when it's west, south, east, or north from the zip codes, then it does allow you to know which first responders on. For instance, like say if it came back, on the west side of Fayetteville, we had, more. That helps in that if you want to go dig deeper, because then you'll be able to say, because they do already keep track of how many per month, as I understand, I don't work for 911, but it was explained to me, they do know monthly how many calls were made or time response for each side of the town. So sometimes that might help, like I said, in that perspective of knowing, which side of town or how many calls are being made, because there are higher volumes of calls made in certain parts of town. That would be the only benefit to knowing that specific, because then it can, break down and let us know, what maybe we need to do better. Is it more ambulance or whatnot? In other words, there's a higher volume sometimes of calls put in from 911 on north side versus the west side, and then that just kind of helps them doing another survey, detect at one time what are other areas we can do to maybe fix that. So that would be the only good advantage of that, because they already do have that data. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioners, anything else? Commissioner Patel?
Thank you, and I didn't want to, I just asked for just, I guess, genuine curiosity. But I do agree with Commissioner Tyson that the results kind of speak for themselves. And I don't want to change any questions because the data set would obviously be altered. So.
Ms. Rice, did you have something else?
I do, yes, and I was going to say the same thing, and kind of to I think help alleviate any concerns there. What we can do is, because we are running a social media ad, and that is really pushing all of our public-facing survey responses. Meta really helps us dive into data even deeper. It'll tell us not just who is taking it and what part of town they live in. It'll also tell us their age, their gender, and so that will all be provided to you guys when we get the final results in, and I think that will probably be even more accurate, maybe even than the way that people choose to self-identify.
Ms. Rice, is there a cutoff date for this that we're looking at, or a population survey date or amount?
Currently, the cutoff date is January 25th in anticipation that we will potentially be having a future meeting, but we can certainly extend that should you request that happen.
Okay, and then I would just ask County Manager, make sure that we're cross-sharing this with city, even intermediate data, so that they have the information roughly the same time that our board does, that we can cross-talk that. They can do with it as they wish and to their electeds, but at least we provided them the information as we move. Vice Chairman Jones?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is actually just a comment. I wanted to thank the staff for such a proficient job, since I'm the one that made the recommendation for the survey. You all did a good job, and I'm just looking forward to making sure you all continue to make sure that the information comes back. Thank you.
So, County Manager, the thought process on close this out, bring its final data reports. I know we're still moving back and forth on a joint meeting with the city right now. Thoughts on, we close this out in January?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, January 25th, correct? And we'll tabulate the results and then share them with you all and also the city.
Share them by email, or do you want to bring them back in this form?
Probably bring it back in this form and get them to the city. I don't know if we'll do it via email.
Okay. All right, so we'll look for February meeting. It can be a presentation, however we look to do that in February, pending. The only thing I would say is just the timeliness of when we look at a joint meeting with the city. I know there's been some talk of a January joint meeting. I'm not sure that's going to materialize at this point. So just want to make sure that those results are timely in advance of any joint meeting. Anything else, Commissioners? All right. Thank you, Ms. Rice. Thank you for your work. We'll go ahead and move to item B, Animal Services Update and IGSA with Fort Bragg for veterinary training.
Yes, I'll turn this over to Faith Phillips, our Assistant County Manager, to introduce our new Animal Services Director and discuss the IGSA with Fort Bragg. Faith.
Thank you, County Manager Greer. Good afternoon, again, Commissioners. So I am here to provide several important updates regarding our Animal Services Department and to ask your approval on the attached intergovernmental service agreement with Fort Bragg for veterinary services, and for your approval to add an oath of office for animal services officers to the January 20th, 2026 meeting agenda. Building upon the October 9th, 2025 update, we have continued working with the department to ensure alliance with financial best practices, HR practices, and also to provide training to staff. I'm happy to report that the adult mental health first aid training will be held for all animal services staff on 3 separate Fridays over the next 3 months, beginning on January 30th of 2026. Plans are being made to provide staff, finance staff, with budgetary and finance training with the School of Government, and provide staff with HR and leadership training. We are continuing to work through maintenance and technology updates for the department. Additionally, we are working to address needs within our veterinary division of our Animal Services Department, with one of those needs being board approval of the attached IGSA with Fort Bragg for veterinary medical assistance. This is actually a long-standing program that our 2 vets have been working hard to reestablish, which provides free surgical and medical assistance for the shelter and continuing training for Army Veterinary Corps members. Army vets hope to visit the shelter at least 1 day per week in 2026, which will significantly assist the team as they work to provide care for animals at the shelter. Just for a little bit of information, the Army Vet Corps vets came to the shelter for only 3 days in December, and on those 3 days, they were able to perform 26 spay and neuter surgeries at no cost to the department. As mentioned, this is a long-standing program, and the IGSA attached to the document has been reviewed by our attorney's office. We wanted to bring the IGSA forward to ensure board approval of the program, and because we had to make an important update to the document, we needed to update the contact information to reflect Diane Pfeiffer's selection as the Director for Animal Services, which brings me to my next update. I would like to introduce you to Diane Pfeiffer, who comes to Animal Services from our ITS department, where she previously served as the county's innovation specialist. Diane is on day 8 of the job, and she is hard at work bringing data-driven outcomes to our Animal Services Department to improve outcomes for the animals in our community while ensuring alignment to our county values, standards, and policies. At this time, I'd like to welcome Diane to introduce herself.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Good afternoon.
My name's Diane Pfeiffer, and I relocated to North Carolina 6 years ago with my family. I've been working with the county since 2022. I initially started with ITS as a project manager and then moved into an innovation strategist position. Our family lives on a 100-acre farm in Hope County, and we have a wide number of animals, a variety of animals there. As far as my career, so I wanted to let you know that I spent 30 years in state government in Utah, where I started in human services and then moved into technology. So I have a lot of public service behind me. I did want to take a minute to go over my initial priorities as I've started meeting with staff. So priorities are to continue one-on-ones with staff, making sure we get them the training that they need to continue to be successful in their jobs. We need to, as Faith indicated, make sure that our vet med team is taken care of by getting them fully staffed and getting them the necessary supplies for them to continue their veterinary services. I'm working on a review of our current programs. We're looking at legal sufficiency. We're looking at the programs as a whole. We'll be reviewing enforcement procedures and making sure that our new officers have training that they need. Of course, we'll be looking at updating technology. We want to strengthen our internal standard operating procedures, and we want to work with our staff and our Animal Services Board to develop a robust strategic plan so that we have measurable outcomes. I want to thank you for giving me a moment to introduce myself and look forward to working with you.
Thank you so much, Diane. So this brings me to my final item for this presentation, with the onboarding of a new director, and to show our commitment to our Animal Services team and to the enforcement of ordinances and statutes. We request that a group oath of office or swearing in for our Animal Services officers be held at the January 20th, 2026 regular meeting. We are committed to animal welfare in our community and believe this is an excellent way to affirm and symbolize this commitment under our new director. Thank you. At this time, Diane and I will work to answer any questions that you may have.
Commissioners, questions? Vice Chairman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Speaking of swearing in, I know this is a different type of swearing in you all are going to be doing. Just wanted to know, is there any update in regards, I know we were talking about the Sheriff's Department and you all looking into officers being able to have a little bit more, I think it was like patrol officers, or you're sworn in to be able to have more authority when they go out and people are violating, rules and regulations in regards to when it comes to their animals. Did we ever get a follow-up on that, or what's the status on that?
It's an excellent question. So we had initial meetings, and one of Diane's tasks that she is working through is taking where we started and seeing where we are with enforcement, what our policies are, what our procedures are, and what our SOPs are, to make sure that we are, that we are working to equip our enforcement officers with the knowledge, skills, and abilities they need to be able to go to the magistrate to take out any actions that they may need to do.
Can I make a request? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't want to put too much overtask you, but you are the sheriff liaison. I would request for staff direction now that we do have someone new aboard, that maybe you all could get with Commissioner Tyson and see about meeting with the sheriff to see what we can really do to get something in place within the next 30 days to implement, making that happen. If I can get your interjection with that, Mr. Tyson, or a suggestion.
Commissioner Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Vice Chairwoman Jones. I know I've had some pretty robust talks with the sheriff, and he stands, him and his agency stand committed to assisting animal services in any way their department can. I know that both departments have a good working relationship with each other. I know sometimes the sheriff's office will respond to an issue or event or a call that animal services are needed, and so I know both agencies are working very well together, and he's committed to helping however he can.
And I guess one more follow-up question. So would that be something, I know after we find our procedure, I know that we were trying to make it to where I guess that the officers actually could have, your staff, I guess, could have that authority. I don't know what the legal sworn in, are we still going that route then?
So I guess the question would be, what's the status of we were investigating whether we wanted to have sworn officers with our animal service officers, if they were going to be sworn.
Yes, sir, we have looked into this. We are still looking into that to see where we go. Based upon some of the conversations that we did meet with the sheriff's attorney, and we met with that team. We had those conversations, and then based upon Diane's role, getting in there, going to see where we need to go, we're still evaluating that.
So could we receive an update on the sworn officer in the next 30 days and county manager determine whether it's by email or as an update from you to the board, or from an update from the assistant county manager to the board, or come back to a work session or agenda session? Does that mean what you need?
Yes, that's what I needed. Thank you.
Yes.
Commissioners, anything else? All right, hearing none, I'll entertain a motion. Commissioner Adams, you're recognized.
I guess let me go right to it because she had it down here and I saw it. I guess it's two motions. One is the MOU that we have with Fort Bragg. So I'll make that motion first, that we approve that memorandum of understanding with Fort Bragg.
Second.
So we've got a motion to approve the updated IGSA with Fort Bragg for veterinary services and move it to the January 20th, 26 regular meeting. Been properly seconded. Any questions or comments on that motion?
May I ask a clarification? Is that to go onto the consent agenda?
Yes, excuse me, on to the consent agenda.
Yeah, if it's unanimous, yes.
Any questions or comments on that motion? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, I ask you to open up the voting portal. Commissioners, I'd ask for your vote. You have 30 seconds to cast your vote once it's open.
It's open.
Madam? Okay, Commissioner Adams, you have a second motion?
Yes, to move to approve the animal services officers and directors to take the oath of office, and that to be placed on the agenda for the Board of Commissioners, January 20, 2026, regular meeting.
Second motion.
We've got a motion to approve the animal service officers and directors oath on the January 20th Board of Commissioners meeting. It's been properly seconded. Any discussion or comments on that motion? Hearing none, Madam Clerk? Okay, that's right, because we only got one action. All in favor, raise your right hand.
Unanimous.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And welcome to your new position. I know this board is looking forward to the work that you're going to do there and the less phone calls that the commissioners will receive. And I'm sure Assistant County Manager Phillips is ecstatic as well. We'll go ahead and move to, actually, Commissioners, we've been going for about an hour and 45 minutes. I want to be respectful of people's time. We'll provide a 10, 15-minute break if people need that. If not, we can continue to move. Just ask for the will of the board. You want to take a break? Okay, board, we'll go ahead and recess for 10 minutes. I'll be a little flexible around that because I know the facilities are on the different part of the building. So we'll break for recess. We will remain, board, just be aware your mics will remain hot. So your board, the mics will stay hot. We're at recess.
There comes to stop me the other day. Oh, okay.
Chairman Deviere, are they gonna start up, I guess I could ask them, they're gonna start up the city-county liaison when, next month?
I have not heard.
I'm gonna start reaching out.
Reach out to Derek.
I'm sure will. I'll see you and Mitch on it. I'll call him too. Maybe we'll wait until next month. One minute ago. Well, it's only been a minute.
Right, yeah.
How are you doing? Good. Good to see you. Good. Right, yeah. Settle down. Congratulations. I put you on my Facebook page. Yes, I did. Look. Yes, I did. Look. Yes, I did. Put you up there. All my little 5,000 people in here.
Yeah.
Proud of you.
I was trying to hide. She's a little radar.
See, there you are on my page.
I was trying to.
I said, congratulations.
Yeah.
Got 10 likes up there so far, and I put it up late last night.
Oh, one of the
I'm going to put this on my page. You will. They gave it to you because they knew you would. Salad is good. I brought you
I love that red, that's pretty. I wouldn't grab one for me, so I thought I'm grabbing one for the face as well. Thought you might need it.
How are you today?
There are a few things that
Look, your Delta red on. Red boots. What's your name?
I pledge Kansas City at ECU.
Okay. My friend graduated from ECU. Chris Ray, he's a city.
Well, you know, Brenda.
Yeah, exactly. And Brenda, that's what she told me. She's a Delta City. I know quite a few Deltas. Amanda Smith.
Like 10 years before me, I think, yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of Deltas. Appreciate you. I'm still make sure you get on my list when we'll go to lunch. Put the M&M right here. I've been spying since I sat there. Congratulations. I like that hat, girl. I'm a hat lady. I'm gonna start wearing my hats in here. I got a lot of cowgirl hats and other hats. That's the sharp one. I've got a red one. I should have worn as the Bryan's around. Should have worn with my jacket. Put my cowgirl. I got it. I don't wear a red That great man. And thank you, you got my message. I use it every morning. I'm gonna take a picture show. But I use it I'm just fine. I use it every morning.
He's a pen.
Mr. Tyler. Mr. Tyler.
We're getting all concerned.
This is January of the nonprofit. Yes. And it's
Right now,
okay. Let's get them on that. Yeah, let's make sure. We just.
Commissioners.
FTC doing, they're using their,
We can live with that. We'll go ahead and come back to
I
order.
know the culinary team, they were excited. They said just make it during the time. Yeah, please do.
Commissioners, we'll go ahead and come back to order
Make it happen.
and start moving forward. I think we've got everybody back. All right, at this time, we'll come out of recess. We'll move to the next item. Item C, Agricultural Business Assistant Policy Update. County Manager Greer.
Yes, actually, today we kicked off the Agricultural Business Assistance Program. Faith Phillips, Assistant County Manager, will present this item, answer any questions you have. I would just say, I'll let her give you the numbers, but there was an overwhelming response this morning.
Thank you, County Manager Greer. So this request is an update to the Board of Commissioners, the Board of County Commissioners Agricultural Business Assistance Policy, and I'd like to provide an update to the board on the assistance program kickoff that was held this morning. So a little bit of background. On June 12th, 2025, the Board of County Commissioners approved the adoption of a policy for an agricultural business assistance program. The state of North Carolina has expressed a policy to foster growth, development, and sustainability of family farms. NC General Statute Section 106-735B. Furthermore, a county is authorized pursuant to NC General Statute Section 160D-1311A2 to expend funds for programs to support the employment of persons with low and moderate income. This program will help mitigate the impacts of weather disaster events, increased input costs, and failing commodity prices that have affected county farmers. Funding provided by the program will ensure farm productivity and assist economically challenged individuals by requiring the hiring or retention of at least one full-time equivalent low to moderate income employee. So first, thank you for establishing this program. So this morning, we held a kickoff program to open to the public to assist farmers as they navigated the digital portal for our UNA Grants platform to apply for this opportunity. We are happy to report that there were more than 63 attendees at today's kickoff. The room was full, and they were interested in learning more about this program. During the 3-hour kickoff meeting, Lisa Childers, Cooperative Extension Director, Lisa Jane, Grants Manager, Ty Balk, Chief of Staff, and our library digital navigators guided attendees through an online application portal. We brought computers for individuals to use, and they were able to provide in-the-moment individual assistance to the attendees to break down barriers to access the application. The application will be open for 6 weeks. Similarly to our other programs, a panel of staff will review the applications for program requirements in the policy and provide recommendations to the Board of Commissioners at a subsequent meeting. We anticipate beginning the contract with selected farmers in the program on July 1 of 2026 to correspond with the upcoming fiscal year. Since the adoption of this policy, HUD's definition of a low to moderate income employee has been updated. Cooperative Extension and County Management staff request the attached update to the policy, which updates the policy to the current HUD low to middle moderate income individual definition, which is $44,240. The requested update is highlighted in the document. At this time, I'll answer any questions you may have.
Commissioners, questions on this item? Commissioner Adams?
I do have a couple of questions. I don't have a problem with the definition with the HUD. But two questions. One, if you hire this full-time person, how long do you have to keep them?
So it is a full-time equivalent. We're going to be one full-time equivalent employee, a maximum of $50,000 can be given, and it is for the contract year.
Wait a minute. I guess the 50 is for the employee or for them to use to be able to help with their business?
It is to cover the cost of wages and payroll and associated benefits for the employee. It is only to go to that. Ty, did I say that right?
Oh,
Right. So, Commissioner, if I'm sorry, Mayor.
Go ahead.
Commissioner Adams, and so in keeping with General Statute, the 167 we use for the small business and nonprofit program, what they're using as a public purpose is the retention or creation of one FTE or full-time equivalent. And so the business owner, farmer in this case, is either retaining or employing an employee at that $44,000 rate or lower. And then they're using the funding from the county to reimburse what they've paid for that employee.
Correct.
Which of course then would, in essence, free up other funds to do other things with.
Oh, see, I thought the 50 was to help the farmer be able to do his farm. Okay, so it's for, so it's for the employee.
Yes, sir, it's for that low to moderate income.
For the farmer.
Mr. Attorney, can you clarify?
It's reimbursement. I mean,
Right.
they will have, if they used $44,240 to pay an employee that they've already paid, then they can use it for whatever. The object is for them to maintain employment for a low to moderate income person. And y'all verified this is the new LMI figure? Okay, because it was 37.5 last time.
I don't have any problem. Mine's not a problem with the employee. I just thought that it was for the use of the farmer also on his property, but it's just for the employee. Okay, and I don't have any problem with that.
And you say farmer, and so the farmer is using it to meet that public purpose of being able to retain the
Employee,
Yeah,
yes.
I got that now, but that's,
Okay.
I was here one last. So, it's reimbursable, so whatever they pay that employee, because some people may pay a little bit higher, some people may be a less, so it may not all be 50 across the board, but it's up to 50, I guess is what we're looking at.
Correct.
I'm sorry,
Okay.
I'm jumping in.
You're fine.
Right, you wouldn't be able to pay the employee 50, that'd be over to 44, but
Right, yeah.
when you equate for payroll taxes and other things like that, it could equal up to 50.
Yeah, I got you there.
Yes, sir.
Or you might be paying two people 22.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I just, okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioners, other commissioners, Commissioner Tyson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, AC and Phillips, for putting together this, and I heard that the meeting went very well.
Very well.
So, but coming back to kind of following up on Commissioner Adams' point, we reimburse them for the 50, for the payroll, up to 50. Then whatever money they get from the county, they can spend it on tractors, equipment, seeds, taxes, if they wanted to. Whatever they wanted to spend that money on, we're not gonna monitor
Correct.
what that money gets
The
spent on.
way to look at it is by us ensuring the public purpose that they're employing at least one low to moderate income person. I mean, that's what we're giving the money for. But if they've already got that money, that frees them up to buy a tractor, okay? That's okay. But what this money's got to be used for is the public purpose of low to moderate income. That's it.
Commissioner Tyson, anything else?
Thank you, Mr. Triss. But we always act as a reimbursement, so they would have already had to have fronted that money and paid that. So this is really reimbursing them.
Correct.
For what they've already paid.
And that's why we don't have to monitor them, because we are paying them back for something they have paid that is allowable.
Right, got you. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Vice Chairman Jones.
This is more of a comment. I just wanted to say I want to thank you all for this work. And as the granddaughter of farmers in Kentucky and South Carolina, I've been on a farm. I see what kind of work has to be done. So I'm just so glad that you all are doing this to be able to help farmers out. And it's definitely well needed. And I'm glad to see that you all had a good turnout.
Commissioners, any other questions or comments on this item? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion. Commissioner Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I make a motion that we approve the change to the agricultural business assistant policy as presented, and we place the item as an item of consent on the agenda for the January 20th, 2026 Board of Commissioners regular meeting.
Second.
We've got a motion to approve the change to the agricultural business assistance policy and move to the consent agenda on January 20th Board of Commissioners meeting. It's been properly seconded. Any discussions or questions on that motion? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, I'll ask you to open up the vote. Commissioners, ask you to cast your vote.
Unanimous.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
Thank you, Assistant County Manager Phillips. And we'll go ahead and move to the new item D. Request from Fayetteville Cumberland Regional Parks and Recreation Department. County Manager Greer.
I'm turning this over to Assistant Manager Faith Phillips.
Thank you so much, Chad. Thank you so much, County Manager Greer. So at this time, I would like to invite Director Michael Gibson to come and join me. So this afternoon, we want to bring forward to you a request from the Fayetteville Cumberland Parks and Recreation Department. It's in meeting support. In order to take for an Arnett Park Trail extension, a Cape Fear River Trail extension to Arnett Park. So at this time, I'll turn it over to Director Gibson to go through his PowerPoint and his request.
Hello again.
Hello there.
Yes, sir. What you have here is, and this goes to show you how long I've been here. What you have is the Mountains to the Sea Trail, and that comes from all the way from Asheville all the way down to Wilmington. It's part of what the Cape Fear River Trail is about, that starts at Methodist, is connecting those dots. It's in our master plan, it's in our Greenways master plan, and here's an opportunity to extend that trail through. We're working on a piece on the back of the Botanical Gardens. The Cape Fear River Trail now comes all the way down to 301, right up under, and it stops right there under the bridge. We're working on a piece with the Botanical Gardens. We'll be developing the Cape Fear River Park, and then that extension will start. And here's just what the trail is designed, and it's on the DOT standards. But what you have is, here's the Cape Fear Botanical Garden. We're working on a piece that comes back behind in one of our easements. Then it'll be picked up here at the Cape Fear River Park, and we'll run it all the way down on the city section, all the way down to the county line. And then the county line, the piece that we're asking for now is that the district picks it up from there and then takes it to Arnett Park. This money comes from FAMPO, and this is just design money now. So that we'll be working on, it's $1 million per, and then the matching fund is about $274,000. And the biggest thing that we want to be able to do when we get this funding is to go ahead and have shovel-ready projects. So then it sits there waiting for either more LAP funding or STIP funding, but we have a shovel-ready project when they have a call for projects. Okay. The funding is from the FAMPO, which is in their LAP funding, and we requested it during last year when they were calling for projects and they had an abundance of funding. These two projects got funded almost a year ago now, and now they're coming up, and we're asking, the city has put in the funding for its section from the Cape Fear River Park down to the county line. And now as the Parks and Recreation, we're coming to the county to see if they'll go ahead and put in the 274 for its matching 1.3 million to do the design and have construction drawings. And there you can see the benefits of the project. And it also adds to that walkable environment that we're constantly pushing in this community on some other trails that we're working on too. But this just adds that value, continues that mountain to the sea trail system. And here's an estimate that we submitted to FAMPO. And basically, and this will change, based on the year that it gets funded. But basically, they say you can average or estimate $1 million a mile. We'll be right up against the Cape Fear River, and then going down, and in some of that area is a little tough, but this is the value that's added there, going from the Cape Fear River Park all the way to Arnett Park. These are some of the estimates, and this would be the professional money here, and there it is right there again. And that BL 103 segment is the city, and then the other one is the county, and you can see how the funding is, and it goes up to about what the matching requirement, which is about 274. So both projects would be 1.3 apiece. And here you can see the request for the support to put in the CIP to get those matching funds, and then we can put that out for an architect to go ahead and start working on it.
Anything else to add before I open it up for questions?
I don't have anything.
County Manager Phillips?
No, sir, just want to make sure that, to clarify, so this is a request from Parks and Recreation for support for a grant that was submitted in 2023 to FAMPO, a LAP grant for this extension. And so as a part of our continued conversations, we want to make sure that when requests come up, that Michael comes and talks to the board. So here he is to make a request.
Thank you. Commissioner Tyson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for that good presentation. One question I have, and I've had an opportunity to visit the trails, very nice, and y'all keep it very well maintained. I do know that you have bathroom facilities along the trail that y'all put in, whether portable or permanent, and trash collection. With the additional that would be added, do you got an idea annually what the upkeep and maintenance, the O&M would be on that?
Now, one of the things that we do here is, and this is, be careful. If you look at our trails, one of the things that we try to push is that when a person is walking on our trails, that they have clear line of sight, that the trail is not on top of them, that the woods are back off of them so they can see any kind of something that may hurt them, or now what we have is people complaining about snakes crossing the trail, and we have to remind them that you're in the woods. That's where they belong. So the maintenance on our trails is very limited because of the way that we design them. If you ever get caught down there, we have this tractor that just blows all the trails off. We have the staff that comes by and picks up the trash. One of the major things that happens on this is these trails are maintained well by its users. You don't see a lot of people throwing trash on the ground. They police themselves well. So we don't have a major issue with maintenance. It's constantly, if it floods, we have to go out and blow them off, wash off the bridges, clean them up, and make sure that they're not slippery or anything like that. But the maintenance level on them are very low. It's how you design them so that the maintenance is not heavy. But once the trees are back off the trail a little bit, you don't have a lot of leaves covering up the trail where people could slip. So they're designed where the maintenance is very low.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So, let me just move back there because there was a question on the cost. We didn't hear that. So is there a cost, like you have a cost per mile for construction, is there a cost per mile for the O&M? I hear what we do for maintenance, but I think the question was around what's the cost? Am I correct, Mr. Tyson?
What it normally takes, if you're on the tractor with the big blower on the back, it probably takes about, if you want to go 30 miles an hour and they're blowing the trails,
Roughly about $60 to $70, probably a mile, and we do it 3 times a week. And that's it. Now, if it storms, now if it floods, then it costs a lot more. But the maintenance on our trails are just blowing them off and then mowing down the sides. We don't have a lot of.
Okay, I think we were just looking for the overall ongoing future O&M
So you
costs that would come back to us.
Oh, you're talking about so if we went down to Arnett Park, how much? Yeah, we can get that for you, but it's very minimal.
Okay.
It's not a lot of money.
We can just get the cost back.
Yeah, we will.
The Assistant County Manager can forward it out to us. Commissioner Tyson, I think that closed you out. Commissioner Adams?
Mike, thanks so much. We started this how long ago?
That's
my gracious.
Faith identified it.
So I want to just kind of say thank you for being able to do that. I think we all know around this table that when those health results, Assistant Manager Skeens can tell us and Vice Chair can tell us, when we get those health reports back on our results back, we're always low, and part of it is being able to have a walkability kind of community and all of those things. And I think as we put these things in place, we're going to come out better on those charts and better for the community, for all of our individuals. We just hear about the people who do who already do the trail, biking and everything. This one goes all the way down past PWC down on that park, and I think it works for the entire community. Thank you both so very much, and thanks FAMPO. I know Commissioner Patel is on there. I don't know what happened to the rest of all of that money, but we should get some more money out of there.
We will.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Vice Chairman Jones?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Excellent work, and I do agree with everyone. And since we're talking about trails, though, you all may or may not already have a study. I don't think we have any, well, let me just ask that question. We don't have any trails that have concrete, or do we not?
You may have a couple that have concrete at parks, but our trail system is basically asphalt.
Okay.
Because we follow DOT standards, because that's where the funding comes, so we have to build it to their standard.
Well, actually, it's even better asphalt. I'm
Yes,
probably the
ma'am.
wrong name. And I just mentioned that because I think we still have some that are dirt, like the one out on West Fayetteville, the Lake
Yes, ma'am.
Lake Rim. And
We're working on that.
Okay, well, I just want to let you know now, my residents out there, Lake Rim, and just be mindful they would like an asphalt with maybe some, it would be nice to have one that maybe could be like handicap oriented, but I've been getting a lot of calls about that.
Well, let me tell you now, behind Bill Crisp, we have funding, and we're going to go ahead and we're putting in a trail that comes in circles.
Okay.
Lake Rim Park. So if you're going down to the fishery, where that first fishery area is, you're going to be able to park in there, and there'll be an asphalt trail that goes behind Bill Crisp, and it'll do a cul-de-sac, and then you'll have to come back out. But eventually, and we're getting ready to do that one right now. So that's funded, and hopefully by the end of the summer, it'll be in. So that'll be an asphalt trail. The existing trail that's over at Lake Rim,
yes,
that'll be on the docket for us to go ahead and pave that one too.
Okay, thank you. And so now I'm glad this is publicly heard. I can let the residents know. They've been asking me about
Yes, ma'am.
that on West
Yeah,
Fayetteville.
we'll have one.
They're ready for some
We will.
pavement to be down there. Thank
Yes.
you so much.
Vice Chairman Jones, anything else?
No, that's it.
Commissioner Tyson, round 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. While we got you, can you just give us a quick update, really quick, on the tennis center opening?
Commissioner Tyson, it's got to be very brief because we've got a long meeting ahead, and I want to
really
stay germane to the topic.
I'm gonna stop. Currently, right now, we're probably about 89% finished. They just put the first layer on the championship court. The fencings are up. The building is probably about 95% complete. We're going to finish everything up. Just like I've said to our council, we have to wait for the weather. So before you can paint the court, it has to be 50 degrees and rising. But we're working on a look on that in a little while, and then we'll make sure that we invite everybody to come out and see what we're doing, and I think everybody will be pleased.
Wonderful.
Commissioners, any other questions? So a couple questions, staff. So when this grant was submitted, I'm assuming there was a board action to allocate these dollars and obligate these dollars. Am I making a wrong assumption?
To my knowledge, that has not occurred, which is what we are seeking at this meeting. And I can go to County Manager Greer for any additional information.
Hold on. County Manager Greer.
Yes, based on this being just so historical in nature, we would recommend that any funding comes out of fund balance. Probably more likely freed up capacity from ARP.
Commissioner Adams, do you have any historical content?
Well, actually, it didn't come from this board. This comes from FAMPO.
No, but
FAMPO,
the matching grant comes from us.
right, but once the grant's done, there was nothing for the board to vote on until that came, is what I'm saying.
Normally, if there's a grant that comes in front of this board and you're committing and obligating dollars, I would assume there would be some board action that would commit those dollars. Commissioner Patel?
Chairman, I think maybe some clarification. So the money for the 80% of the funds does sit with the LAP funding at FAMPO. At our last, or maybe the meeting prior, we did table this project because I believe the city had committed their dollars at that point, but I don't believe we had been approached as a board.
Correct.
So this is the first time I think our board is hearing that.
So let me reframe my question. From a process standpoint, County Manager, when we submit a grant, we're obligating those funds because if that grant comes, or when we submit grants like this, are we obligating those funds or are we having board action to set aside those funds or do anything to obligate those funds?
Yes, but since FAMPO is kind of a quasi-external department within the county, and the funding it was not appropriate at that time. When they first presented the grant, how many years ago?
23.
Yeah, 23. It wasn't.
So I guess what I'm asking is our process, if a FAMPO grant came to us now that we had matching funds, you would bring that action in front of this board before the grant was submitted. We didn't win the grant, we'd unobligate the funds, but you'd obligate the funds and get the board's approval for that beforehand, correct? Or no?
Yes. But we didn't know what the dollar amount of the grant was at the time that this was 2 years ago.
Is anybody, okay.
Or I guess the dollar amount of the request.
Yeah, and you've answered my second question, is where the money's coming from. I would have, in my mind, I would have expected when I read this that we would have already obligated the dollars and we would have saw them somewhere and that we would have just been reaffirming that today and probably wouldn't even need to come in front of us. But, Assistant County Manager?
How the process is.
Okay.
When a grant is being applied for, we do not obligate anything there. We wait for the grant award letter. When the grant award letter comes to us, then we are obligated to go ahead and bring it to the board to obligate those dollars if there's any matching funds. And then you'll see a budget ordinance amendment. That did not happen at this time because I don't know if anyone was ever even informed that there was an award.
So that's my question. When was the award made on this?
From my understanding, it was done 2 years ago.
The award?
Yes, but it did not happen until the last probably 6 or 7 months. It's how that funding, it's how the funding goes.
So we would obligate the dollars on the award. We were notified of the award 2 years ago?
I think we put in for it 2 years ago.
That's not what I'm asking. Does anybody have the information on when we were awarded this grant?
When you got notification of the award coming down.
It had to, from my knowledge now, it had to have been probably a year and a half ago when the funding was divided up.
Commissioner Patel, FAMPO, any input?
So I don't believe FAMPO ever communicated to the county that this funding had been received. So I don't believe we've ever planned.
Former FAMPO?
Well, this is sort of like when the sheriff brings that bribe, when they get that grant and then we vote on it to do the match on it, that's kind of the way this thing has worked out over the years, is that the grant comes, the county then decides where they're gonna do it. If you don't do the match, you don't get the grant. But I don't think that it's ever been voted on, like when they submit that grant on that sheriff or in some of these other grants that we've had with DSS, it's come back as to, so we may need to clear up the policy of how we want to do grants and going forward. But I think that that's kind of has been done in the past.
The point I was making is that clearing up the process, but when it's awarded, then it should come back to the board to allocate the dollars.
Right.
And so I guess my point is, first time we're seeing it, but it was awarded a while back, and we're just getting notification about it. Vice Chairman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to make sure I'm understanding that. But it sounds like, although it was awarded, the board never found out until now. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes.
Thank you. It was awarded, but the Board of Commissioners was never notified until now.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, it may be an issue of who the grant was awarded to. It may have been just awarded.
That's very good.
That's what I was getting at.
County Manager.
Is FAMPO is a quasi-external, internal department. And so sometimes when they get awards, it goes across different jurisdictions. So we may not get notification of the award or have a budgetary responsibility to actually know what the dollar amount to make the match. Because most of the time with FAMPO's grants, there's a 20%, 10%, maybe even a 50% match. We don't know what the match would be, and we can't really allocate funding until we know what the actual request or what the dollar amount of the grant is going to be. And then when it's brought to the board, we allocate the funds based on that.
Commissioner Patel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I see where the chairman's coming from, because one of the issues why we tabled this at the FAMPO meeting was the city had already received this information. They had approved the match, and the county had not received, nor the board had been able to approve the match or deny. So I think that's the process that we need to fix, because it was taken care of on one side, and I felt like the other side did not get.
Thank you for articulating better than I could, Commissioner Patel. Commissioner Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Two-part question. One, was this part of the master plan that we had talked about earlier? And was that included in that? And then the second part of that, whether yes or no, would it be an option, Mr. Chairman, to allocate this from our Parks and Rec tax fund as opposed to taking it from our general fund balance? That special
County Manager.
No, it would be cleaner if we did it through fund balance, because at the timing of the initial award, instead of everything, we would have allocated the funds and it would have fallen through fund balance. We can't use it correct me if I'm wrong, but the Parks and Rec funds are designated for particular uses, and there's particular constraints around that, what we can actually use the funding for, because it has to be for the district. And so, and this is outside of our district as far as the request is made.
Commissioners, any other questions or comments on this? County Manager Greer.
One last thing, during the time period of this, this request probably came through, the county was going through a major transition in our finance department, not making an excuse, but people with historical knowledge on how we did these things were no longer with the organization. So we'll make sure that anything like this in the future, that we get it brought forth to the board the right way.
And I think that's the point I was trying to make, is if we have a process, something we need to clean up, if we can clean that up, just so that the city's already awarded, we should have already awarded, and we have a process by which we, if a grant is awarded, that we go ahead and commit those dollars. So with that, I will go ahead, no other questions or comments, I'll go ahead and entertain a motion from Commissioner Patel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I'd make a motion to approve Fayetteville, Cumberland Regional Parks and Recreation Department's request for support, and that the item be placed as an item of consent on the agenda for the January 20th, 2026 Board of Commissioners regular meeting.
Second.
Got a motion to approve the request from Parks and Recreation and move it to consent item on January 20th Board of Commissioners meetings. Any questions or comments on that motion?
One last comment, Chairman. We would like to make sure that the record reflects that it's coming from freed up capacity fund balance and not the general fund balance.
You just note that in the documentation on the item on the consent agenda.
Will do.
Any other questions or comments? Thank you for the clarification. Hearing none, Madam Clerk, I'd ask you to open the voting portal. Commissioners, please cast your vote in the affirmative or negative. Madam Clerk?
It's approved. Unanimous. Approved.
All right, we'll go ahead and move to item E, certification of completion of Tri-County Subdivision Water Project.
Yes, our South Point Water and Sewer District had some completion of the Division Water Project, Subdivision Water Project. I'll turn this over to Amanda Lee, General Manager for Natural Resources, to present and answer any questions. Well, Amy Hall is going to do the presentation. So I've been corrected, so Amy.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
The Tri-County Subdivision Public Water Project is an expansion of the South Point water system located in the Grace Creek Water and Sewer District. Upon completion of any new construction or expansion of a public water system, it must be certified as complete before it can serve the public. The project engineer has verified that the infrastructure meets all state technical specifications and has passed the required BACT testing. The approval is necessary to transition the new water infrastructure from the construction phase to active public service. By approving this certification, the board acknowledges that the following state mandates have been met. The system has an operator and responsible charge properly designated. Comprehensive operation and maintenance and emergency management plans have been finalized and are available on site for the operator. All disinfection protocols have been successfully completed in accordance with NCDEQ standards. The Public Utilities Project Manager, the General Manager for Natural Resources, and County Management recommend the following. We recommend the Chairman of the Board of Commissioners to sign the applicant certification form for the South Point Water System located in the Grace Creek Water and Sewer District and approve placement of this item as a consent agenda item for the January 20th, 2026 Board of Commissioners regular meeting and on the Grace Creek Water and Sewer District agenda for consideration by the full board. And I'll take any questions that you may have.
Commissioners, questions on this item? Hearing none, Vice Chairman Jones, I'd ask for a motion.
Yes, I move that we approve the chairman of the Board of Commissioners to sign the certification of completion for the South Point Water System located in the Grace Creek Water and Sewer District and place this item on the consent agenda for the January 20th, 26th Board of Commissioners regular meeting and on the Grace Creek Water and Sewer District agenda for consideration from the full board.
Second.
We have a motion and properly seconded to certify the completion of the Tri-Water County Subdivision Water Project and to move it to the Board of Commissioners meeting consent agenda item on January 20th, along with the appropriate water district. Any comments or questions on that motion? Hearing none, I'll ask for your vote. Madam Clerk, open the vote portal. Commissioners, please cast your vote. Madam Clerk?
Unanimously approved.
We'll go ahead and move to item F, countywide water and sewer planning update. County Manager Greer.
Yes, I will turn this one over to Amanda Lee, General Manager for Natural Resources, to present and answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, County Manager Greer. We are continuing to develop our long-term 50-year water and sewer plan. We were given grant money to address a water resources study for areas in the county impacted by PFAS contamination. We have engaged entities to date, including the towns of Spring Lake, Godwin, Stedman, Wade, Linden, Falcon, and the Eastover Sanitary District. We've summarized here some actions with other potential partners, including Harnett County, City of Dunn. We have ongoing discussions with the Public Works Commission about bulk water purchases. I'll just go down here, the list. We've mentioned Harnett County, City of Dunn. With Spring Lake, we're looking at capacity needs, particularly for the Overhills district. We are also hoping to meet with Fort Bragg. We've had some delays with the government shutdown to discuss more about capacity needs. We're also continuing to work on county advanced metering infrastructure, where this can be implemented with some of our towns. We've even mentioned to PwC potentially partnering on some network infrastructure. Shared staffing initiatives. We are, again, working with PwC on SCADA. They are working to get us access to our own systems. We have also been working on on-call service agreements to address emergency repairs. At the suggestion of PwC, we have purchased a portable generator. Our staff continues to rack up water operator certifications, and we are working closely with Spring Lake with the maintenance of the Overhill system now, actively working on that now. In terms of regional capacity development, we're working to schedule a meeting with the City of Dunn and the Town of Falcon and ESD to discuss future capacity needs. We've shared some talking points there and look forward to that regional collaboration. We are working on source water development and engaging the Division of Water Resources with DEQ about potential new intakes on the Cape Fear River to meet the permanent water demands for our citizens. And then back to the PFAS-related planning. We are working on some high-level distribution system modeling for future districts impacted by Fayetteville Works PFAS contamination, looking at various water sources. And I also want to talk about our Norcrest planning study. Even though it is a sewer planning study, we are working on smart planning initiatives for certain corridors in that area to forecast future needs and to look at potential growth corridors where we will address fire flow demands. So that is an update, and no board actions requested at this time. And with that, I'll be happy to take any questions.
Commissioners, questions? Vice Chairman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wonder, are there any updates in regards to the water situation when it comes to the area of Shaw Heights, that area of sewer and water? Or if there isn't at this time, can we make sure that I get some of that information in the next 30 days?
Okay. I don't have an update prepared for you for Shaw Heights today.
Right.
We did have some discussion in the infrastructure committee meeting about some of the goals for Shaw Heights and some of the ongoing situation there, but I do not have anything prepared for you today.
So if I can add to that, Vice Chairwoman, at the strategic planning, we're going to get an update on Shaw Heights so the board can give some direction to the staff to see if it's something where we want to tackle, what is it going to be, what do we want to do with the infrastructure. They're going to bring that back to us at our strategic plan at the end of the month.
Okay, that's great. So I appreciate that. I just basically wanted to know where the progress was coming in that specific thing. So I'm glad to hear that infrastructure discuss that, and then I will get an update at that time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions or comments on this item? Ms. Lee, Vice Chairman Jones.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. Not on this item, but since the staff is all here, I just wanted to put it out there and look forward to us celebrating again World Water Day. It's coming up March 22nd, so please be advised, staff, I will be sending out an email about us doing another event, as it was a very productive event at the first fourth Friday last year. That time's coming again, so you all will be receiving an email.
Thank you. We'll have Frankie the Frog, our water mascot. We'll make sure that he's available for that event.
Thank you so much.
So, Commissioners, any other comments, questions? So, Commissioners, just want to remind you that, this is an update from the August update that we received. So, what we wanted to ensure in talking with the county manager and with Ms. Lee as well, and Assistant County Manager Phillips, that we're keeping the board updated as they're moving. They are moving at a different pace than historically has been. And so we want to make sure the board is comfortable with the direction and they understand the direction. And if they have any questions, we can address them in this space, not at an infrastructure committee, but that's why we're briefing them here so that the board is aware of where we're going and the direction that we're going. Just want to thank Ms. Lee and Ms. Hall for the amount of work y'all are doing and what you're doing. This regionalization approach is the right approach. We hear it from our partners across Cumberland County, whether it's our municipalities or PwC or even our external partners outside of the community. This is the right approach, and we appreciate, I personally, and I know this board does as well, appreciate the work that you're doing on it as well, because this is an important issue as we grow our infrastructure across this community. So thank you.
Thank you.
We'll go ahead and move to item G, master plan for Crown Complex and Arena area. County Manager Greer. I give up.
That's why they were looking over there.
Well, when we pull an item, that item goes away, so it's not. I give up.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, and in the interest of time, I'll go through. As we look at modernizing the Crown Theater and Arena, formerly, soon to be named the Clarence Greer Arena, but anyway. And
get it done on time, we can have that conversation.
Yeah, we're working on it. The request was made by you all looking at exploring a master plan for the area. And I'm gonna go through the timeline. So the master plan deliverables over the next 3 to 6 months. Hire a consultant or use other local options, and I'll talk about that at the end, within the next 3 months to complete the master plan. And the master plan include the strategic framework, vision, and site analysis, which I think is going to be probably the most important part of it. Define the footprint for the site, and then provide information and decision points to be presented to commissioners at September 2026. So we can have a definite plan to move forward based on the synergy that we receive. And I'd like to say that we completed the process on the RFQ for the architect and the RFP for the owner's rep yesterday. The announcement to the firms that have been awarded will go out for the RFQ today and for the RFP on Monday. The master plan project scope should include, and I recommend it includes, evaluation of the complete complex/district and possible related venues. I say district because one of the things we probably want to consider as we move forward with this process in the master plan is to rename the complex area as an entertainment and sports, sports and entertainment district. And that appears to be the newest thing that everyone's doing with these type of corridors and complex. Additionally, we need to evaluate the corridor with the complex/district. I think we need to look at it holistically, the complex as one separate item, but also how do we improve that corridor to make sure that whatever we do or you recommend that we do or approve is also has a synergy between the two, so it's a successful implementation of whatever the master plan recommends, and provide a schedule of possible venues and other estimated costs. I don't have a timeline per se here for actually completion of the different venues, but again, if over the next 3 to 6 months, we hire a consultant or work with local options to complete the master plan, bring it back in September, get guidance and feedback from you all, I think we can move forward in a very positive manner. And then if you look, as I look through the potential cost for this, I would say the evaluation of the complex district / site would be roughly $75,000. Range for this type of master plan has ranged from $50,000 all the way up to $500,000 based on the complexity of what you're trying to do, what you're trying to put in the venue or put in the area or the complex / site. And then if we evaluate the corridor, I also say if we need to pay for that, and that should be around $25,000, depending on the scope of what we want to achieve as far as modernizing the corridor, addressing needs in that corridor. So the total estimated cost right now is $100,000. But me being, I still have my lunch money from the 3rd grade, I would just say I would like the board's pleasure to work with Robert Van Gens with FCEDC to kind of see if they can do this before we go out and hire a consultant. And lastly, in closed session, I'll show you the timeline and some of the recommended venues. I don't want to do that in open session because I want to think people that we're moving forward in a particular way.
Commissioners, questions on this item? Comments? Commissioner Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just for clarification for the board and for everybody listening, this is separate from the modernization and renovation of the 2 facilities that we're also pursuing that this board has directed previously, correct?
That's correct, Commissioner Tyson. So at the December agenda session on the 11th of December, this item was brought forward. It's basically a corridor master plan. So as we're investing in the Crown complex, which we already have an action doing, this is a longer-term vision at looking at that corridor to see what else we need to do to master plan that corridor, much like you see downtown's master plan or other areas master plan, airport master plan, for example. So this is more focused on the complex, not the footprint where the Crown is right now. It's a corridor. It's a corridor master plan.
And I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman. I know I've gotten a lot of feedback from the community. They're very anxious to see some progress made on our modernization and renovation, so I'm glad that this is a piece of that. And I'm glad to see this is moving forward. Just hope we can get it as expeditiously as possible.
Commissioners, other questions or comments? So County Manager Greer, what direction do you need from us today? This is information, but we had laid down a 3 to 6 months in December, so we need to get it over to Robert and allow him to begin to operate. Is that where you want to go?
Yeah, I just want authorization to do that.
We're just going to give direction because he's going to come back to us and shape a cost and look to what the master plan is going to do.
Yes.
All right, so we need to bring that back sooner rather than later. So what's our time frame to bring that back?
The whole master plan or just the?
No. So the step in this is we've got to retain somebody that can actually do the work to give us the deliverables that were laid out.
Mm-hmm.
So what's the time frame? You're going to talk with Robert. We're going to
2 months. 2 months at the latest. I think we could do it in 30 days.
Okay, so let's bring it back to, let's give Robert an aggressive timeline and have him come back and update us on in the next month work session.
Okay.
If that's okay with the board, and I'll go to questions here. I got Vice Chairman Jones and then Commissioner Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now, with this master plan, just so I can be clear on this, was this including both the inside and also we were talking about at one time the corridor outside, or is that going to be separate? That's question number 1. And number 2, I don't want to pre-assume, but I'm sure it's included. You all took in the factor of the concerns about the handicap for inside and out?
Yes. Let me say this. we always have to take into consideration for this is just what we possibly could do, so we would be required to look at ADA. But as far as the master plan, this is just looking at what's possible or developing a plan and what's possible in that area, since we are moving forward with the modernization and or the renovation of the theater and the arena.
Inside and out, all right?
Yes.
Okay.
But let me clarify, because we're getting confused, and we're going to need to call this something else so we don't get confused moving forward. This is a Crown Corridor Master Plan. This is a corridor. This has nothing to do with the modernization and the renovation of the Crown process. Let's not confuse the two. Let's not talk about the two collectively together, except that that's a piece of the corridor. It has nothing to do with the modernization that we've already directed, and the RFQ process has started. This is a corridor to look at the master plan of the area. So the deliverables that we talked about is a visionary framework, site analysis, market study, developmental scenarios, strategic roadmap, and then they would bring that back to us in a presentation that would say, here's where you could go. Here's a high-level vision of the corridor. Do you want residential here? How would you expand on the entertainment complex? I just want to be very clear that we're not mixing any issue. This is a corridor master plan. It has nothing to do with the footprint of the Crown Center and the modernization and renovation ongoing project, which is a separate project. Just want to be clear on that, and I want to make sure the listening audience is clear and the press is clear on that as well. Vice Chairman Jones.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's why I was asking, is it or one or the other? Because hearing it, I wanted to make sure, that's why I said this corridor, is it together or not? Because I didn't want to confuse people, so thank you for the detailed clarification.
Mr. Chairman, and I guess in terms of this corridor, I like economic development. I like Robin and those. I don't know that they have the personnel to do what we're talking about doing in terms of this whole scale, what you just outlined. So for me, I don't have a problem with talking to Robert to see if they can do it, but so that we don't get bogged down and it comes back and he can't do that, is to identify some other consultants at the same time that we're doing that, and then we can choose which way to go. I mean, is let Robert or whoever the consultants kind of see what we want on that corridor, which is what we were just talking about. And that way, when you bring it back, if Robert couldn't do it, then we got to go back out and do that. We might as well do that during this process.
Have you had any conversations with him?
I limited conversations with him. I plan to, I'm gonna have a talk with him tomorrow to start, want to get you all's approval before I got ahead. I didn't want to get ahead of the board.
Yeah, I think the concept, Commissioner Adams, was much like the Black Voices Museum, where this board committed $450,000 to a project. He managed a project. They brought in architects, and they brought in consultants to kind of go through that process. I think the thought process was to capacity-wise pass it to him, let him manage that project, bring it back to this board like they've done the Black Voices Museum. I think that's the thought process.
And I don't have a problem with that, but if he's doing that and then doing economic development, is just identify some other consultants so that if he says, hey, too much on my table already, we're not now backtracking to go try to find some consultants. That's kind of that's all I'm just suggesting.
So in 30 days, we come back, you have a conversation with Robert Van Giens. If we can't do it, then you'll move in option B, which would be a consultant that we would have to manage internally.
I can do it both.
I'm saying do them both at the same time.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But you said B, A, and if he can't do it, go to B, but I'm just saying do both of them kind of simultaneously.
We're saying the same thing. Yes.
Okay, all right.
He's going to talk to Robert in the next 2 days, so we'll know in the next 2 days. In parallel, we're looking at that. If you want to bring back Robert and consultants, that's fine. I just want to move
the project,
move this study along. Vice Chairman Jones.
No, I'm good. Thank you. You all answered my questions. I appreciate it.
Board, do we need to give anything else? County Manager Greer? Okay. Just want to make sure we're clear. Corridor, master plan, corridor, not renovation, modernization. All right. Thank you, County Manager Greer, for moving that.
I got one. another item.
We'll go ahead and move to the next item. I'm not going to list the number. Ordinance update, section 9.5-166 update.
I'll turn this over to Rick Moorfield, County Attorney.
Board members, the chairman asked me to look at this in a very short time fashion, but what I've given you, and this was handed out, was not on the agenda, it was added on at the start of the meeting, but the...
Attorney Moorfield, real quick, before you do that, I think, County Manager, could you give some framework to this and why we brought this forward based on our holidays, and unless Assistant County Manager Phillips wants to do it.
No, I'm going to spare her this. Over the holidays, when the temperatures were low, we had several of the unhoused community staying at the library on the front of the library, on the porch, as we would say, for your house. And there was trash left, and this happened 2 or 3 times over the Christmas holidays. You all received numerous calls, photos, and both myself and A.C. and Phillips, along with Library Director Heather Hall, had to respond to this and deal with this over the holidays. And so if the Sheriff's Department cannot be able to respond, it gives the city, this gives the ability of city police to address the issue also. So, but I'll turn this over to Rick to give the details.
And one other comment. So the city asked for this in my conversations with the mayor. They requested this, that their police department would help if allowed under our ordinance.
Right. This is the ordinance that was adopted by the board back in November, I think, of 2022. What you see is, which prohibits camping on any county property. Camping is defined as sleeping on the property, putting down bedding to sleep on the property, any sort of tent or motorhome, or anything of that nature. I mean, it's pretty broad in terms of what it covers. And we had to research and do this back then in accordance with what the law was then in terms of regulation of unhoused persons doing this. And it was, as the manager just said, at that time, the issue, this came about because of the situation at the library, on the library premises then, and there was a lot of trash, human excrement. The board found that the conditions on there actually constituted a public nuisance. And the way that we were able to work out enforcing this at that time was the sheriff's office agreed that they would give notice of trespass to any person or persons camping or establishing a camp on county property, directing such persons to remove within a time appropriate to the circumstances all the personal property in the control of such person or persons located at the campsite, and to request the county manager to dispatch appropriate county staff to remove any personal property not removed from the site within the time directed. And it went on to say that the sheriff's office at that time would keep a sworn law enforcement officer on site while any county staff are present to remove the personal property. This worked back then in 2022, and it's, I guess, kind of fallen by the wayside or something. But what the language is in red font are amendments to that ordinance, and it includes, in addition to the sheriff, the police departments of the city of Fayetteville, and I went ahead and put, and any other municipalities within the county in which county-owned property is located are also given this authority, and they would also maintain, and it would be the same process. They would contact, they'd issue a notice of trespass, give the people an appropriate amount of time to remove the stuff, and if they didn't do it, contact the county manager to do it, and they'd have law enforcement there, and that was for the protection of the county staff that was having to clean it up. And I went ahead and added any other municipalities within the county in which county-owned property is located, because I know we have facilities in Hope Mills and Spring Lake, and I know that Stebbins actually has a police department. I don't know if we have anything there, but this would, so we don't have to go through this again. If this started at the library in Hope Mills, this would cover that also.
Commissioners, questions on this? Vice Chairman Jones, and then I'll go to Commissioner Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Attorney Rick. I guess my question is, are we stating that when something happened, the Sheriff's Department would come, or is there going to be somebody actually there on the premises? Because to prevent this from happening. So I think that's, I mean, the pictures I've seen, it was 15, 20, it was a lot. It was an issue, definitely. So I guess I want to make sure I'm clear on that. Would this mean the sheriff's department or state department, somebody would actually be there, especially during the holidays, or are they just saying when somebody gets a call about a complaint?
No, it would be complaint driven, like, I mean, that's how anything like this is, but it just gives the county, this applies only to county-owned property, and we have owned property outside the county and in the city. So in the past, this ordinance in the past did not give the city police the authority to enforce our ordinance on the county property. This does that. And it would be the same process. If it's at the library, head librarian, someone would call the police department or the sheriff's office, tell them what's going on. And all I can tell you is it worked and got cleaned up in 2022. It's just hasn't happened in a long time.
The other part of this, so there's two parts of this. One was the security on location security, which the county manager will update us on. The other piece of this from an enforcement standpoint was giving this, as requested by the city to assist us, is to give their municipalities access to be able to do it. So the security piece on site, the county manager will address that on the facility security.
Okay, yes, thank you.
And this ordinance doesn't address the...
No, separate issue. This is an enforcement, that's a prevention.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Attorney, this is questions for you. On public property, and I know how it is on private property, you can actually have somebody barred from the property. If they come back, it's a criminal trespassing charge. On public property, can you go through that same process?
That's what this is, to issue the first step in this is to issue a notice of trespass and direct it to be cleaned up. If the persons came back, then they could be charged. But the problem with the folks who are dealing with, it's difficult to serve them and do anything. But this, I'm just telling you, it was a really bad situation when this was happening in late 2022, and it got cleaned. The sheriff's office got it cleaned up pretty quickly.
So, Mr. Chairman, so the ordinance, and I don't have a copy of the ordinance in front of me, that's why.
Yes, sir, you do.
Oh, this is it, okay.
I turned it over so you can see that, but the entire ordinance is front and back.
Okay, so the penalty in here is not a civil penalty, it's a criminal penalty.
Well, there would be no penalty if they do what they're, this is for the issuance of a notice of trespass. They have to come back again to be charged with trespass.
Right.
But it's also, it's instant that they have to clean up the property. If they don't, then the county will clean it up.
Gotcha.
And it says in a reasonable time, or time appropriate, because we had all kinds of circumstances. We had folks there with a sleeping bag and a suitcase. We had folks there with a car that had been parked in front of the library. I mean, so that's the reason for the language.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Attorney.
Commissioners, other questions, comments?
Yes,
Commissioner Adams.
And I think Commissioner Tyson asked a good question. I have a problem with it, especially adding the city. It's so vague because it's, if I come to lay my stuff there, then I can be trespassed. But I can come back the next day and go to the library. And you can't stop me from coming to the library as long as I don't bring my stuff.
This prohibits camping.
Right, just camping. And so I don't know that's, so I think that's what everybody has to understand is the camping and the cars that are out there. Not just, you can't ban people from coming to the facility. So I was just trying to clear that up.
So, any issues with?
Yeah, I don't like that. It's really, the problem I have is I voted for it when the sheriff did it because the sheriff is with us. When you let these municipalities and some of these police officers do it, and it just gives me some concerns in terms of when individuals go up there. I don't know that there was a problem when the sheriff was doing it. It got cleaned up when the sheriff was doing it. So I don't see adding these municipalities when you're talking about Stedman and Spring Lake and all of that, and enforcing of that, is the liability for that. I think the sheriff has the ability to do this once he gets that call and go out there and do it, because he knows how to deal with his individuals. According to where it is, one of these city police out there, some a little bit more aggressive than others. So I would just leave it with the sheriff's department. I would talk to the sheriff and say, do you have a concern over this? I just think it should be left to the sheriff's department. That's just me.
Commissioners, any other questions or comments? So, again, there is a procedure in place. The sheriff's department is there. The staffing levels at the sheriff's department is one issue. The city came to us and said they are willing to help in this process, so that, especially as we look in downtown and at specifically the downtown libraries, I think where we see the biggest issue of this. So this was a way that we were working with the city of Fayetteville to help with some of the camping, more importantly, what comes out of the camping issues with the trash and the additional items, issues that happen there. They have offered to help, and this was a way that we were working with them to try to ensure that when we have a downtown event like we did over the holidays, Dickens Holidays, where there's over 100,000 people in downtown, and we had our front porch of one of our public facilities that could have gotten cleaned up because it was recognized by police, but we had to call it was recognized by the city police, but we had to contact the sheriff and get them to bring people out. We could have facilitated it quicker. So this was a way that they reached out. If we don't want to have them do it, then we can, again, we can change our ordinance or not. But that's the rationality why this has moved forward. Or it came forward, I should say.
If the issue is having the other towns involved, you can take them out. I mean, if you want,
If you strike that, I'm okay.
Okay.
If you strike the other municipalities, I'm okay.
And this is how we make the sausage. Vice Chairman Jones and Commissioner Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's what I was going to ask. Can we leave out maybe the other municipalities? And also, can we see about, are they willing to help when the manager talks about the prevention state of things? Maybe they can help with some of the controlling with that. I mean, I don't know, but since they're willing to help.
Commissioner Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And that was my big thing. I'm good if somebody's doing the camping and we collaborate with the city of Fayetteville. I don't have any issue with that myself. I just wanted to make sure, particularly like the building we're in, that person wouldn't be banned from the property and then they couldn't come to court or something like that. So that was my big concern.
So if I cite them and say they can't come to court, then.
Any other questions? Any other questions on this item? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion from Commissioner or Vice Chairman Jones.
Motion to place the updated ordinance on the January 20th consent agenda.
Will that be modified to remove
with the modified without the municipality?
Only the city of Fayetteville.
Right, only with the city of Fayetteville, modifications, and no outside of the municipalities, please, as stated by Attorney Rick.
I've got you.
We've got a motion to place the updated ordinance, striking the other municipality language on the January 20th consent agenda. It's been properly seconded. Any discussion or questions on the motion? Hearing none, I will ask for your vote. Madam Clerk, if you'll open the portal.
It'll be manual because it was walked on.
Okay. All in favor, raise your right hand.
Unanimous.
All right, thank you very much, Board.
That's to the consent agenda, Mr. Chairman.
Consent agenda on the 20th. And we'll now move to other items.
Chairman, I have another item I'd like to turn over to Assistant Manager Heather Skeens.
Okay. What's the item? Okay.
Good afternoon. This is a very good week for me because I have been the wellness coordinator for the county employees for the past 7 months. So I'd like to invite Amelia up here to introduce her real quickly. Come on up. Amelia Labrador is our new wellness coordinator for our employees. She has been a longtime resident of Fayetteville. and has worked with Fayetteville Parks and Rec, and we stole her from Cape Fear Valley Healthplex, so as a aquatics manager. So we are very, very excited to have her here, and I just wanted to give her an opportunity just to say a few words and welcome her.
Wasn't prepared to speak. Just thank you for having me, and I look forward to working with everybody and meeting everybody.
Well, thank you and welcome, and I wish we'd have front-loaded you so you didn't have to sit here the entire meeting, but you got to enjoy our meeting.
Thank you.
Anything else? All right, any other items before us? If not, we'll move to the monthly reports. County Manager Greer?
I'll just ask Commissioners, are there any questions regarding the finance report? Any questions regarding the insurance update? Any questions regarding the WellPath quarterly statistical report on MH Healthcare? Any questions on the grants update? Are there any questions on the...
I do.
Commissioner Adams, correction.
The last grant that just came out, and that's why I had Mike come back by, because it was the one with the ARP, which deals with the trails and all of that, where he was talking about out at in the western part of Fayetteville. He asked if the clerk could possibly send to their clerk that grant. It was the AARP grant.
Okay.
It's for the Lake Rim area.
Yes, but they didn't get that, so thank you.
Any questions regarding the capital improvement projects report? And then lastly, we've included the fee waiver report for the flu, COVID, and RSV. And I think that's about $8,500 that we've forgiven, if my memory serves me correct. And so those are all of the monthly reports.
So, County Manager Greer, one question on the flu, COVID, and RSV. So we had committed $100,000 and then a second $100,000. So we're releasing those dollars back now, or what's your intent on those?
Probably need to get through flu season, and then we'll release it. I don't want to release it now, then we may need it.
Okay. And I think looking at the report, it was around 14,000 so far. So, okay. A lot less than we thought, but we're in the middle of height of flu season. So, Commissioners, any other questions on the monthly reports? I don't see any commissioner requests unless somebody's walking one on. Commissioner Adams?
I'm not walking one on, but I think that, and I talked to the manager and the DSS director, just for the board's knowledge. Healthy Blue has taken over dealing with foster care and foster children and group homes. They have failed to pay these providers since they started, and a number of the providers have called. They may call you all at some point. I know that Director Jackson has been talking with the state and the Healthy Blue. There are some providers here who are saying that they may or may not take any Healthy Blue clients, which means that these foster care kids may end up in our DSS or whoever's DSS. So just put that on your radar, that's an issue. It's kind of a statewide issue, but it hits us right here in town because some of the providers have contacted. We're talking about $50,000 to $100,000 for some of these providers who haven't been paid and may go out of business or may not go out of business. So,
any action there? Do you want to bring back an update in February if we can, from DSS on it?
I've just asked the manager to make sure that he keeps an eye on it and talk to Director Jackson because she's intimately involved in it. But I just wanted to put it on everybody's radar just in case you start getting those calls. It's just the Healthy Blue. That's where the state went from the LMEs over to this Healthy Blue, and I think Healthy Blue didn't have enough workers, and it's just been a nightmare for these providers. I don't know. I don't know where, but I just put it out on the radar, so I don't know if y'all gonna get calls or whatever, but it is a major issue.
So, question there is just to provide us an update as we're moving to make sure if there's anything that the board needs to be involved in. Vice Chairman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As the liaison for the Social Service Board, Ms. Jackson has informed the board. We will be discussing that at our next week meeting, so I'll be glad to bring back a report at that time. She's already informed we, the board members on the Social Service Board. I'll make sure you all get the update after our meeting.
Thanks. Commissioners, I don't see any other items, any walk-on items for commissioner requests? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and move to the last item, closed session. Vice Chairman Jones, entertain a motion for closed session.
Yes, I move that we go into closed session for attorney-client privilege pursuant to NCGS 143-318.11A3.
Second.
Do we need to add any others based on?
It was economic development on here, is that all?
Yes, it's short.
Economic development, and you mentioned something that may be real estate.
As well as economic development.
Let me hold the real estate. I need a little bit more information.
Economic development, so if you'll add that to your motion.
I move to also add economic development pursuant to NCGS 143-318.11A4.
Accept that as a second.
We've got a motion to go into closed session for attorney-client privilege pursuant, and economic development, as well as been properly seconded. Any discussion on that motion? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, I'll ask you to open the voting portal for your vote. Commissioners, I ask you to cast your vote. Madam Clerk?
Unanimous. Back in. Mine is a yes, my system kicked out.
I'm waiting on 2 votes.
It never came up on my thing unless I got out of Civic.
All in favor, raise your right hand.
Mine, I just clicked on
When I closed my computer down.
That's what happened to mine. It just came back up.
There it is.
There we go.
Yeah, we got both bars now.
Commissioners, we're now in closed session, but commissioners, do you need a short break before we start closed session?
He said it's short, so I guess not.
We have, everybody has to leave.
Do we need, commissioners, do you need a break or not? All right, we'll keep pushing. I want to be respectful of people's time. Thank you. At this time, I will entertain a motion from Vice Chairwoman Jones.
Motion to come out of closed session in reference to attorney-client matter pursuant to NCGS 143-318-1183, also relative property acquisition pursuant to NCGS 143-318-11A5, and economic development pursuant to NCGS 143-318.11A4.
Second.
We've got a motion to come out of closed session. It's been properly seconded. All in favor, raise your right hand.
Unanimous.
At this time, I'll entertain a motion. We have one action coming out of closed session. It's in reference to awarding a bid, and at this time, I'll entertain a motion with Commissioner Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we reject all bids relating to Grace Creek Phase 1 Water Distribution Package 1.
Second.
We've got a motion to reject all bids. It's been properly seconded. Any discussion or questions on the motion? Hearing none, I'll ask for your vote. All in favor, raise your right hand.
Voting in favor, Commissioner Tyson, Vice Chairwoman Jones, Chairman Deviere, and Commissioner Patel. Voting in opposition, Commissioner Adams.
Is there any further business to come before this board? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. Vice Chairwoman Jones.
I move to adjourn this regular agenda session here on this date of January 15th, 2026.
Second the motion.
We've got a motion to adjourn. It's been properly seconded. I won't ask you to vote online. All in favor, raise your right hand.
Unanimous.
And we're adjourned.